Hello? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first annual symposium hosted by the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing by Professor Karen Soldatich, funded by the Government of Canada's TRI agency at Toronto Metropolitan University. Before we start today's event, we would like to invite Elder Dallaire from Indigenous Relations and Recognition at TMU to provide some opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. As I was observing the video, it really struck me how violence always seems to find a way into everything. Where there is good, there is something waiting to take advantage of that good. And there's no way of us being able to prevent that from happening other than to be aware that it's human nature, unfortunately. And that when we put something out there, we have to recognize not only the good it will do, especially when it's such a good product, when it's such a good idea, then we have a responsibility to see the negative side to that and how can it be used in a negative way and what could be some of the negative impacts. And that's a hard thing to want to do when you're creating something. But I think it's very important that we remind ourselves of that because of the anonymity that people can have when they're online becomes very, very dangerous. And, you know, as soon as you create something, there's somebody there to undo it. So just be smart. I'm really grateful that there are opportunities like this for us to be educated and have our cages rattled a little bit and take us out of our comfort zone into the reality. So thank you very much for putting this together. And I'm just going to offer a brief prayer. And when you hear this prayer, you recognize why it's one of my favorites. I'm going to announce myself in my ancestral language. I will be saying that I am Omashkigo, Swampy Cree, I'm Wolf Clan. And here we go. Wachie, Adishna Hasan, Sahakutam, Kashashan Ishku, Mangingando Dam, Omashkigo. Thank you for this day that's been offered to us, this opportunity to continue to open our hearts and open our minds to a new and better way of seeing and being. I ask that you watch over each of us, our families and our loved ones, and a special shout out for those who are dealing with health challenges or in the grieving process. Let us remember to give thanks for everything that we will eat today and give all the plant and animal life a thanks for sharing of themselves with us so we can go forward in a good way. We have a responsibility to not take more than what we need and to make sure that even if we have what we need, if we see someone else in need, we share. Please remember that inside of us are what I like to call two wolves. One wolf says to the other wolf, you know, there's an awful lot of mean, nasty people out there. And the other wolf says, yeah, well, depends on which wolf you feed. And so if we remember that we're responsible for the wolf inside of us that we feed, please take care of yourself. And until we meet again, I say, Chimigwech, 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 Chimigwech. Oh, all my relations. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Dallaire, for your powerful and wise words. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
I will be leaving, though, because I have another meeting to go to.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day, everyone.
Hello again, everyone. Today's symposium is titled Bytes and Barriers Addressing Tech-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence Against Women and Girls with Disabilities. My name is Tarandy Panu. I am a tall, brown woman of South Asian descent with long black hair. I am wearing black pants and a black turtleneck with a black and gray blazer. That is my image description for anyone who needs it in the room or online. and I am the Strategic and EDI plus Accessibility Communications Specialist here at the CERC in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing. It is my honor to welcome you into this space, both in person and virtually. Before we before we begin, I want to take a few moments to go over some accessibility and housekeeping notes, as we recognize that today's topic is of a sensitive nature. Due to the themes we are discussing, we understand that folks may need time and space to care for themselves throughout the days. Today with us, we have Held Agency, who is right at the back, who is supporting this event on their mission to make public spaces mentally and socio-emotionally accessible, one decompression space at a time. At any point during the symposium, attendees are encouraged to check in with their own access needs and see if they would like to make use of the held space. Here, an active listener is present to support you through discussing, distracting, and/or decompressing, whatever you may choose and need in the moment. Active listeners use a peer-based lens, creating an intentional and decolonial space of camaraderie and community care. Held Agency understands that we are all human and are honored to support you in experiencing your human needs and emotions. You can find them just down the hallway to your right. This space is also for anyone who needs time just to get away from the conversation, or is in sensory overload, please do visit this space. They will be available 30 minutes after the symposium if anyone needs to chat. This space is for dialogue and discussion, but we want to honor the fact that engagement looks different for everyone. Please feel free to enter and exit the room as you need. We encourage everyone to take care of themselves and each other. For those attending in person, we also have washrooms located just outside our room on your left-hand side. And for virtual attendees, we have auto closed captioning available. Please select the CC button on your Zoom. This event is also being recorded and will be made available in the coming months for wider access. You may also notice a videographer. She is right there. That is Kara. And we have a photographer, Arsan, who will be walking around the room, helping to document and amplify this important conversation. If you do not consent to media release, please visit our registration desk for a pink sticker to be put on your name tag. Once again, thank you all for being here and contributing to this crucial conversation. Now, I'm pleased to pass it over to Dr. Karen Soltich, Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, to officially open our symposium.
Thanks, Tarandu. Okay, good morning. And thank you, everyone here in person and to those joining us virtually online. So my name is Karen Soltich, and I'm a cisgendered settler. I'm middle-aged and apparently my staff tell me I'm a short woman, and I would like to emphasize I have dyed brown hair. There are numerous greys and I cover them up well. So I'd like to begin today with the land acknowledgement. The land we are gathered on today, known as Toronto, is in the Dish with One Spoon territory, a treaty between the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas, and, excuse my Australian accent, the Haudenosaunee, that bound them to share and protect the land. The treaty reminds us of our collective responsibility to care for this land and for one another. I am grateful to live and work on this land, which is the home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. As a settler, I acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, and I recognise that we are all treaty people. I also bring with me the responsibility of my home, Australia, and would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of country throughout that continent. I honour their ongoing connections to land, waters and territory. We pay our respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and elders to past and present. At the CERC, the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to working in solidarity with Indigenous communities by upholding the principles of OCAP, CARE, and the National Inuit Strategy on Research, and by building meaningful reciprocal relationships with Indigenous partners. As the CERC, I guess I have to tell you a little bit about who we are. And the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing is actually what we describe as a transformative initiative rooted in community engaged research and grounded in a critical disability lens. We seek to redefine health, not just as the absence of illness, but as a state of collective wellbeing, shaped by equity, accessibility, and social justice. Through partnerships with healthcare institutions, civil society organisations and service providers, we aim to embed community knowledge into systems of care and challenge siloed, expert-driven models. And many of my team are here today and you'll get to meet them. And please say hello and introduce yourselves. We work to centre disabled, racialised, Indigenous and gender diverse communities as knowledge holders and as co-designers of the futures that we need. I guess in regards to this symposium, some of the ideas, we understand this as a pressing global issue, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, particularly focusing against women and girls with disabilities, as too often they're left out of this conversation. This violence is shaped by intersecting systems of oppression, gender equity, ableism, digital exclusion, racism, and of course, coloniality. It is not simply a tech issue, it is a human rights issue. We are here to unpack the digital terrain in which TFGBV occurs and examine how survivors and communities are resisting and reimagining safety, care, and justice in the virtual realm. If we flick to Canada, and Dave, we got some slides with the Canada stats. Thank you. So if we look at the Canadian stats, what we know is between 2009 and 2014, 17% of people aged 15 to 29, so that's over 1.1 million individuals, reported experiencing unwanted online behaviours. In 2018 alone, 18% of women and 14% of men experienced tech-facilitated violence. And unfortunately, due to binary gender categories in many surveys, the experience of trans, non-binary, two-spirit and gender diverse people remain underreported and underaddressed. If we flick to the global statistics, if we have a look at the global statistics, this is even higher. 85% of women have witnessed or experienced digital violence, according to UN Women. Women are 27 times more likely than men to face online harassment. And a 2021 survey across 31 countries found that nearly 40% of women feel unsafe online, and 1 in 5 reduce their social media use due to abuse. And again, for women and gender diverse people with disabilities, this violence is even more pervasive. Disabled women are nearly twice as likely as non-disabled women to be targets of image-based sexual abuse. And you'll see from some of the empirical data from the studies that we're doing throughout the day as to the reasons in ways disability stigmatisation and ableism really promotes digital violence. There's also significant digital literacy gaps, language access barriers, social isolation, and systemic discrimination, which make reporting, resisting, and recovering from this violence far more difficult. These harms extend far beyond the screen once experienced. Survivors often report declining mental health, social withdrawal, and a deep mistrust of digital platforms. TFGBV also creates real barriers to education, employment, healthcare, and community belonging. The digital space, once a space of connection and empowerment, can become a source of danger, fear, and control. It's really what is the double-edged role of technology. So we must also acknowledge the complex dual role that it has. On the one hand, it enables violence, anonymity, surveillance, and AI-generated abuse like deep fakes and sextortion, algorithms that promote polarizing and harmful content, and the use of technology to manipulate, monitor, and control. But we know, particularly from disabled women's experience online, on the other hand, technology also offers powerful tools for resistance and resilience. Issues such as encryption, privacy settings, automated detection tools are growing more sophisticated. Survivor-led platforms and digital advocacy communities offer support and solidarity. And international campaigns like the UN Safe Spaces Online and national initiatives such as Canada's Cyber Civil Rights Initiative are demanding accountability and change. And so are many of you in this room who are doing research in the area. So today we gather to not only understand the issue, but to imagine better systems of prevention, protection and care, and what our roles might be in promoting this. I'd now like to move to introducing our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Lykinson Ned. It is my great honour to introduce my dear friend as our keynote from Stellenbosch University, South Africa, where we've been undertaking significant work in this area with our team. Professor Ned is an occupational therapist by training and currently serves as Associate Professor and Head of the Division of Disability and Rehabilitation Studies in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences at Stellenbosch University. She is the former Editor-in-Chief of the African Journal of Disability and a lead editor of the Routledge International Handbook on Disability and Global Health. She has published widely in prestigious journals and was recognised as the 2024 winner of the South African Distinguished Young Women Researchers Award by the National Department of Science and Innovation. Her work spans disability-inclusive health systems, community-based rehabilitation, critical disability studies, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, decolonial approaches to health and education, and Indigenous methodologies. Dee also serves as the chairperson of the Western Cape Rehabilitation Centre Faculty Facility Board. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Lykinson Ned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, and maybe good afternoon to some of the people who are online, as it is South Africa. I know specifically in South Africa, it is actually the afternoon for them. So hello, and thank you for joining us today. So as Karen introduced me, I'm Lykinson Ned. I'm a dark brown South African woman with thick dreadlocks on my head. We actually tried to do zip lining earlier here during our visit, and the helmet couldn't fit me because of my thick hair. And they didn't have bigger sizes, but we managed to make it work. I'm wearing a black dress and a maroon and brown coat. So it is an honor and a privilege to be speaking to you today, to share some of the work that my team and I have been doing in South Africa in collaboration with the center here at Toronto Metropolitan University. So I will be taking you through briefly what evidence is showing us currently with this area, especially as it relates to people with disabilities. And then I will zoom in specifically to some of the findings that we are seeing from the research that we're doing. I must note, though, that the findings won't be as detailed as we wish they would be, because we are still very early on in our analysis. We have just closed our survey, for instance, in the previous week. So our analysis is still at early stages. So, but we thought that we would just share some preliminary findings with you to see where we are at. with this topic. So next slide. I think what's important as an introduction is that we know very well that with the first major pandemic that we faced of the social media age, the COVID pandemic actually prompted an even greater reliance on digital technologies. And this really afforded perpetrators with different avenues to commit conventional as well as novel forms of gender-based violence. We also know that then following this pandemic, which prompted many countries to rely heavily on the digital spaces, online abuse reports, they started increasing, and increased traffic to the government helpline for adults reporting intimate abuse was actually noted. And this is well documented in reports as those coming from the United Nations and the World Health Organization. The Economist Intelligence Unit has also been documenting quite a lot of statistics in terms of this increased traffic that came with people reporting online violence that they were experiencing. So more and more women and girls then reported some form of online violence or online harassment, and this included cyber stalking, online sexual harassment, etc. Notably, these have then come to be known as technology-facilitated gender-based violence. It is also referred as technology-facilitated violence against women. In this presentation, though, I note that I will be using the term technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Next slide, please. We know then that from what is happening globally, evidence actually shows us that there is still limited consensus on what actually constitutes technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And some scholars, as they refer to it, technology-facilitated violence against women, the UN Women and WHO in 2023 defined it as any act that is committed, assisted, aggravated, or amplified by the use of ICTs and other digital tools that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological, social, political, or economic harm, or any other infringements of rights and freedoms. This includes then a very wide spectrum of behaviors that are perpetrated online and then often taken offline through a range of everyday technological advances such as mobile devices, social media platforms, interactive computer games, text messaging, emailing, or any other related technologies. What are some of the behaviors, common behaviors that we see then with this online violence? The common behaviors and tactics actually include cyberbullying, defamation, sexual harassment online, image-based abuse, gender trolling, cyber stalking, cyber grooming, doxing, impersonification, hate speech, etc. So there is this wide spectrum of behaviors and tactics that people actually are subjected to in these online spaces. It is important to note that individuals can experience various forms of this tech-facilitated gender-based violence, which may combine multiple forms of violence or be a continuation of offline violence. Next slide, please. Why was this an important issue for us to actually undertake research on, and what is the current evidence showing us? We know that the proliferation and uptake or utilization of digital technologies has profoundly impacted global development. It has enhanced interpersonal communication as well as permeated every aspect of life. For people with disabilities in particular, though, the internet has changed the ways in which information and communication can be accessed, as well as the ways in which communities can be built. However, It is worth noting that the ambiguity of digital technology has also raised greater human rights and safety concerns. And two conclusions can be drawn from current evidence that we have. The first being that emerging international evidence indicates that, similar to other forms of gender-based violence, tech-facilitated gender-based violence is a byproduct of deeply rooted gender norms and systemic inequalities that may intersect with racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and other discriminatory structural dynamics. Consequently, women, young people, people with disabilities, sexual, gender, religious, and ethnic minorities, First Nations peoples, and those with intersecting marginalized identities are more vulnerable to online violence. Secondly, as technology develops, it also broadens the scope for potential opportunities for violence and abuse, both by exacerbating conventional forms of gender-based violence, as well as by perpetrating qualitatively new forms of violence that were previously impossible in the offline space, or which take a fundamentally different form of online violence. During then an era of an intensified digital penetration in the sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, digital inclusion not only enables people with disabilities to shape their narrative and make their voices heard via digital technologies, but it also opens up the risk of reproducing and entrenching old forms of discrimination, attitudes, and covert microaggressions towards people with disabilities, as the emerging data suggests, even more so for women and girls with disabilities. Next slide, please. What our current evidence then shows is that in the current state of evidence, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, especially as it relates to women with disabilities, it is still relatively nascent, with certain aspects of technology-facilitated gender-based violence more studied than others. For example, we see a lot of research focusing on forms and prevalence of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, as well as its harmful impacts. But we also see very few articles that are focusing on issues like risk factors of technology-facilitated gender-based violence and drivers, as well as the context within which this violence actually takes place. So when we look at the forms of violence, while there is still quite a lot of disagreement in literature in terms of what counts as tech-facilitated gender-based violence, many qualitative studies often analyze sexual violence, harassment, bullying, coercion, stalking, and exploitation. In contrast, when we see the quantitative studies that are coming up, they are often limited to conceptualizations of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Relatedly, very few studies compare how different technology-based tactics are used for perpetrating gender-based violence. When we look at issues like impacts, for instance, and this is perhaps due to the need to convince policymakers and any other stakeholders that this is an issue that matters. We see a large share of studies that have their primary objective to be that of analyzing the impact of different forms of technology-facilitated violence. These largely use a range of qualitative and quantitative research methods to detect the gendered impacts of tech-facilitated violence. For instance, there's a lot about how technology-facilitated violence is as severe as offline violence, how it promotes the culture of violence, and how it also contributes to the gender digital divide. But when we look at the context then in which where this violence is actually experienced, we see social media sites, social networking sites coming up a lot as the most studied contexts of tech-facilitated violence, followed by communication technologies and personal online accounts, More specifically, emails, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp are some of the most commonly studied or mentioned contexts where this violence is often perpetrated. Far few research studies actually investigate violence on dating and entertainment sites, as well as GPS-based and smart home technologies. But when we look at then risk factors, which are also studied, we see little evidence has been generated on potential risk factors or drivers of technologically facilitated violence. This is primarily because studies often lack a very good sample size. Diversity of study participants is often lacking, and or collection of variables needed to identify which groups are at greater risk of which types of tech-facilitated violence, or compare risk factors across contexts. That those variables are often missing in many studies that we are finding. At the same time, most population-based studies, they actually lack an intersectional analysis in the presentation of findings, which then makes it difficult to explore further and deeply in terms of risk factors across different populations, especially populations that are more vulnerable and marginalized. For example, while data findings are often disaggregated by age and sex, a few studies include variables like sexual orientation, gender identity, income, race, dis or ability, or migrant status in their analysis. So it does make the intersectional analysis quite limited in the broader studies that have been done. Next slide, please. We can therefore deduce that our evidence is filled with many challenges. And if we can look at methodological challenges firstly, it is the issue of a lack of an operational definition, which I mentioned earlier, as well as methodology for monitoring, measuring, and analyzing tech-facilitated gender-based violence. It is very important for us to have a consistent standard shared definition of tech-facilitated gender-based violence as an umbrella term among stakeholders, as well as have some common vocabulary on its forms and modes. One of the things that we found when we started this study was that people did not necessarily see what they are experiencing online as violence. And so it becomes very important then to be very clear on what certain techniques and behaviors are classified as violence to enable people to understand when they are actually being violated in these spaces, and be able to report such behaviors and tactics. We also lack shared indicators for an international analysis, as I mentioned, and this really results in inconsistent reporting systems or response policies across digital platforms, technologies, and tools. Moreover, available data also lacks disaggregation. I think even when we look at people with disabilities, people with different types of disabilities, they will experience disability differently. And so they will also experience different forms of violence differently. And so it is very important. And often in the broader literature that we have, people with disabilities are not included as participants in those studies. We also have limitations when it comes to social media data, as many studies actually are conducted in the social media space. So in many ways, we recognize that AI-based research methods are needed for investigating tech-facilitated gender-based violence, especially given the speed and the breadth of online interactions and primary and secondary acts of online violence. However, it is noted that social media data and AI-based tools for analyzing are inherently limited as they rely on very particular assumptions and data sets. So greater caution must always be taken in interpreting such results. Ethically, the first challenge that we have is that of privacy and protection. So while transparency could contribute to building greater understanding, caution must be taken to ensure that data sharing does not violate people's privacy or even create additional risks of harm. Secondly, survivor-centered training is always a challenge when data collectors are only trained in technology or digital development rather than gender-based violence prevention and response. This training must also be disability inclusive in order to include disability-specific questions. Lastly, the ethical issue that we also face is that the lack of responsive services invites questions on the ethics of collecting data from survivors of tech-facilitated gender-based violence without actually ensuring full privacy and access to necessary support services or protection mechanisms following the research. This really illustrates the cyclical nature of these interconnected challenges, that is, without sufficient data, on one hand, state governments and service providers may lack the information necessary to mobilize resources and craft appropriate and targeted support services and protections mechanisms. Yet without support services and protection mechanisms, some scholars question the ethics of simply extracting data from survivors without a plan for providing the needed support. Sociopolitically, we can look at challenges in 4 ways. The first being that there is a lack of an overall problematization and awareness around tech-facilitated gender-based violence. That is, this violence appears to be viewed as a new and a niche issue rather than a significant and pressing societal concern, despite evidence across diverse regional contexts illustrating the many ways in which it normalizes cultures of violence, fear, and misogyny. Secondly, the limited data that we have, it exists often in a very biased manner. That is, a lot of data that we have is biased towards the global north instead of the global south. Thirdly, we have a need for significant and timely multi-stakeholder partnerships and coordination. No single actor can generate the data needed for tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So there is that issue of needing to work multi-sectoral and across disciplines. Lastly, outdated legal frameworks, training, and protection, while noting that there is some promising progress in a select number of countries, laws and regulations continue, though in many countries, to lag significantly behind when it comes to technological innovation. This includes a failure to include online violence in gender-based violence-related laws, as well as a failure to recognize the gendered violence in legislation or regulations pertaining to technology-facilitated violence and content moderation. Next slide, please. So it is then through engaging with this evidence that we started our collaboration between Stellenbosch University and Toronto Metropolitan University through the center led by Karen, and subsequently then got funded by the Sexual Violence Research Initiative. It is an 18-month project, and we started last year in July. We will be finishing the project around November, December this year. And so the study focuses mainly on South Africa as a study site, and we have mainly 2 aims. Now, our primary aim for the project was to explore how common consumer technologies such as smartphones, tablets, everyday consumer digital products variously promote, increase, and enable violence against women with disabilities in South Africa. The secondary aim is to identify, map, and document how women with disabilities draw on these same technologies to protect themselves, remain safe, and respond to violence. This included mapping and synthesizing current evidence, on technology-facilitated gender-based violence in low and middle-income countries with a specific focus on women with disabilities. It is therefore a mixed method study which consists of different sources of data, including a scoping review, which we've already completed, a survey research, which I've said we've just closed the survey last week, as well as interviewing, which we are still going to be conducting, as well as developing some educational resources from the data that we have. Next slide, please. So briefly, what we are seeing from the scoping review, the main questions that we asked in the scoping review are, what are the manifestations of facilitated gender-based violence and its intersections with gender disability in the context of low middle income countries? What are the trends, common behaviors, characteristics of perpetrators and survivors, and the risks and protecting factors highlighted in literature? There is a QR code there on the slide, which you can click on to view our full protocol should you be interested in the methodology that we followed in the scoping review. Because of time, I will not go through the methodology. Next slide, please. So briefly then, what did we find in the scoping review findings? So the overall scoping review included about 43 studies, which we synthesized. Of the 43 studies, 40 were individual studies, 2 were reviews, and 1 was a review that included primary data. The majority of studies, which were about 30, examined the ways in which technology was utilized to perpetrate or facilitate violence against women. There were 3 categories that we saw coming up in the synthesis that we did. We saw studies that mainly reported on violence that happened online. We also saw evidence of survivors who are experiencing violence both online and offline. So you can see the spread between 26.7 for studies on violence online and those that combined violence online and offline. So for what I can just emphasize with that is that with the online and offline, it basically means that survivors were experiencing both spheres, while the sequence is unclear in the studies because it's not detailed. But what is clear is that, for instance, one would experience stalking in person, that is if they're on campus and they're a student, but this also happens via social media. And next slide, please. But we also then saw a lot of studies, which was 56% of the studies that were included, which showed that often violence starts online and then continues offline. So this was the majority of the studies. So it goes back to what I said earlier, that often there is this continuum where people would be experiencing violence and these perpetrators actually even follow them offline as well. Next slide, please. What we can also see is that when it comes to intersectionality of gender, disability, sexual orientation, and violence, the studies show that individuals with sexual and gender minority groups are significantly more likely to encounter stigma and violence than the CIS gender and heterosexual peers. A trend that then extends in these digital spaces where such incidents frequently go unreported. This intersection of violence and sexual orientation reveals how structural inequalities are often reproduced and amplified in these digital spaces, particularly for the LGBTQ plus individuals and women with disabilities. What makes them more vulnerable is the fact that their exposure to tech-facilitated gender-based violence is not only shaped by gender, but compounded by ableism, homophobia, transphobia, and sociopolitical exclusion, which collectively increase the risk for both online and offline violence. For instance, these studies revealed that in many contexts, the LGBTQI+ community faces heightened surveillance, harassment, and threats from both the state and non-state actors, which then often migrate to online spaces as different forms of violence. Next slide, please. Our findings also show that women with disabilities also are greatly impacted by this violence in many forms, and that the impacts are often as severe as offline gender-based violence. We can see some psychological impacts where studies report a range of psychological issues from feelings of shame, guilt, anxiety, depression, and also feeling suicidal. Survivors often experience heightened level of anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidal ideation. We also see some examples from physical impacts that experienced, and the studies actually reported how this frequently extends beyond the digital realm into offline harm, including assault, physical intimidation, stalking, and self-harm. So we also see that when you look at social impacts, these were also commonly reported by the studies, and often what is highlighted is that this actually leads to social isolation. So survivors tend to withdraw from online platforms to avoid the harassment that they are subjected to, which leads to reduced social interactions and support. And furthermore, the isolation is compounded when perpetrators use technology to damage the victim's reputation. Next slide, please. We also see a mention of functional impacts. So this is related to daily functioning. So survivors often reported altering their daily routines, like relocating, changing community routes, or deleting social media accounts in response to their safety concerns. We also see some economic impacts, which basically disrupt income generating activities for survivors, or even undermines their economic opportunities. For instance, we had a lot of studies that highlight instances where male clients engage in non-consensual recording during online interactions and subsequently use these images to blackmail survivors, threaten to expose them in their communities. So these forms of digital exploitation not only compromise the survivors' personal safety, but also destabilize their livelihoods and create long-term financial insecurity. Lastly, aspirational impacts. The violence can actually detect individuals from pursuing personal and professional goals, such as educational pursuits, shying away from engaging in public discourse because of the violence, shying away from seeking leadership roles, or even participating in digital spaces which are essential for career advancement. Next slide, please. When we explored how these women cope following the experience, most studies actually reported protective and coping behavior, which was withdrawing completely from social media and the digital space. The second most common behavior was to continue using technology, but with more caution. That includes watching out for, so for instance, disabling comments when you post so that people don't interact with you, restricting who can view what you are posting and engaging on these digital spaces, as well as limiting what they can actually post online. And lastly, some studies highlighted reporting to authorities as the least reported option of coping. So for instance, only about 9 studies in the 30 studies cited this as a coping mechanism. Next slide, please. Then briefly then about the survey findings. This is even more brief because we have just started the analysis. So I must note that it is very brief to just highlight what is already coming up and what we can see. And firstly, just to highlight is that we had about 248 participants, but we actually noted that 44 of those participants were fraudulent participants. So we could pick up where we would have different completed surveys, which are using the same number, for instance, or some people would click, for instance, all types of disabilities, or click all different genders. So we had to be very cautious in terms of screening through those completed surveys to identify the fraudulent ones. And we interpreted this as being related to the fact that we were offering vouchers for completing the survey, but that we couldn't do away without that, because in the South African Ethics Board, we are mandated to include some token of appreciation to participants for their time and availing themselves in taking part of that research. But what is to note then is that we were left with 204 participants, which was still okay for us because our target was anything between 200 and 300 participants. The youngest of our participants were 18 and the oldest were 74. So we can see from the table that high numbers of people with psychosocial disability experience violence in these digital spaces. It is still unclear, though, as to whether this psychological trauma was pre-violence or post the violence. We are still exploring that in the analysis to see if we can figure out that. But in line with any other disability, people with psychosocial disabilities appear to be easily targeted. So the gender dynamics of madness may be also at play here in terms of being more susceptible to violence. We can see lower numbers from people with intellectual or learning and developmental disabilities, which may be linked to the potential limitation of digital literacy, caregiver controlling devices, as well, something which then impacts their participation to the survey. Next slide, please. We tried to briefly look at how the reporting looks like, and a total of 135 participants of the 204 were actually reporting the violence. 61 did not report, and 8 did not respond to the question at all. But what we can see from the graph there is that most people between the ages of 20 to 30 seem to not be reporting the violence that they're subjected to. It could be that they do not see these acts of violence, which is a feature that we saw as we were recruiting participants to participate, that they do not see some of these behaviors and tactics as violence, which then warrant some reporting, or there could be other issues that are at play, even feelings of shame, or maybe not knowing who to report to, especially within those age groups. There may be also a lack of trust in the authorities, in the sense that many people, even though they may know that these forms of violence warrant to be reported and that warrant to be taken seriously, there is a deep lack of trust in the police system in South Africa. And so that may contribute to issues of reporting. And specifically in South Africa, most police stations do not even adhere to the Domestic Violence Act. So it becomes a serious, saddening issue for people with disabilities when they have to report any form of violence, for that matter, to the police. Linked to this, we could see that it is not only victims who are reporting, but rather third parties. So we had a high number of family members being the ones reporting the violence compared to the individuals themselves. Worth mentioning also is that when we looked at who are the perpetrators of these forms of violence, we found that it is actually both women and men who are perpetrating the violence. Next slide, please. We looked also, where do the people who declared having experienced the violence stay? And we saw that most people in townships seem to be experiencing more violence in South Africa, which is similar to what we can see in the offline violence. And we deduced that this may actually be related to the fact that townships in South Africa are and have been sites of violence, which is linked to our apartheid history, which has been very violent. We can also see the trends from the suburb areas being more, but it is also worth noting that we see this being replicated and reproduced in the digital space. When we combine the numbers that we have for people in the townships with those who actually live in informal settlements, we foresee that this number will even be higher, because in South Africa, most informal settlements are actually situated in townships. So that number will even be higher. Next slide, please. When we look at educational levels and the types of violence that is experienced, we can see that cyberbullying, cyber grooming, defamation, hacking, and hate speech are the most commonly cited forms of violence. This is different from the trends that we see from the general population, which are sexual harassment is the most common, and stalking as the most common forms of violence. So what we can conclude from that is that the differentiation also shows the disability stigma and how that gets weaponized around disabled women online. Another aspect to note from this graph is that those with secondary certificates, that is having matriculated from secondary schooling, and those who are still in secondary schooling, and as well as college students, they seem to be mostly experiencing the violence. When we look at the association with income, we can also see that a majority of those who earn less than 5,000, which is below minimum wage in South Africa, they seem to be experiencing more violence in this case. We can see here the intersection then between disability, gender violence, education, as well as the socio-economic status. We do not see much of those from higher socioeconomic status and who actually seem to have better access to the digital spaces reporting some of these violent acts. Next slide, please. And I think this was my last one. I'll conclude Candid. She's already giving me some look there that I'm not used to. When we are exploring, lastly, the contexts in which this violence is taking place, we can see that Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and emails were some of the most commonly mentioned contexts where tech-based violence is perpetrated. I think this may be related to the popularity of these social media platforms. And Facebook particularly, I'm not sure if this is how it is globally, but in South Africa, Facebook has some free mode functionalities. So if we're thinking about people not having good access to maybe data needed by these social media platforms, so Facebook can be accessed even without data. So there is that free data mode functionality. So that could also explain why it remains up there, because even when you look at studies that have been done within the general population, Facebook actually remains the top cited platform where this violence is exposed. More women may be exposed to other forms of violence via emails, such as hacking, because, you know, schooling, workplaces are all moving fully online now, so people can be more susceptible to violence in that regard. Next slide, please. So to conclude, then, we can say that the current evidence offers us critical insights into the landscape of tech-facilitated gender-based violence in low and middle-income countries, thus highlighting the pervasive and the multifaceted nature of such violence. The findings also confirm that tech-facilitated violence is not limited to the digital realm. Rather, it is deeply entangled with offline realities, manifesting in forms of harm. While the use of technology to enable violence was the most prevalent theme, there is also emerging evidence of its use as a protective and empowering tool, particularly through community-based and survivor-led digital interventions. Yet such protective uses remain underexplored, they are under-implemented, and the overall evidence base is still uneven and fragmented, especially in relation to the marginalized populations. While we cannot offer definite conclusions at this point up until our analysis is completed, it is clear, though, that women with disabilities are very much susceptible to online violence, and it is important to understand how women with different types of disabilities experience violence differently and the related dynamics thereof. Such evidence can enable effective tailored programming to specific needs. The conceptualization of gender disability technology facilitated gender-based violence and the research approaches adopted in doing this research are specifically assisting us to engage with questions of intersectionality, to reflect the empirical realities of disability in the South African context. It was therefore very important for us to ensure that our survey questions clearly mark out the demographic nuance across the rich and diverse local gendered disability population. On methods, we can conclude that to improve the translation of evidence to action within and around research projects, we do need to integrate various ways in which we can educate people about the issue, because there is clearly lack of understanding what this issue is and why it is important for people to take up and influence changes even at policy level. And with that, colleagues, I would say, next slide, please. Thank you so much to the, next slide, to the team that is beyond yeah, that's a picture of us with the whole of Toronto/Canada behind us. Thank you so much for listening to the work and engaging with the work that we are doing. We will continue disseminating this work, so we can say watch out for the various ways that we are planning to disseminate, and we will plan to make our dissemination much more accessible. So that is beyond the journal articles. We will put up different ways of disseminating to target different audiences. Thank you so much.
What a great picture. Thank you again to Elder Joanne Dallaire for opening our gathering, and to Professor Ned. We are running a little behind, but I promise we will make it up during some of our breaks and make sure that you folks get home on time. Now, as we've heard, technology-facilitated gender-based violence against women and girls with disabilities is a complex and deeply intersectional issue, one that demands not only awareness, but bold, community-led responses rooted in care, justice, and accessibility. Today's conversations will reflect that spirit. With that, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day, titled Unveiling the Digital Divide, Research Insights on Tech-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. This panel brings together researchers, advocates, and community leaders who will share insights from their work and lived experience, helping us better understand the nuanced way that TFGBV is shaped by structural inequities and what it will take to resist and reimagine digital spaces that are safe, inclusive, and just. Even though you have all met Karen, let me introduce her again as our moderator for this first session. Karen is the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, who is a leading international scholar of disability, marginality, and global inequality. Her research uses broad lens to explore how social, cultural, and political factors influence health and community wellbeing. Welcome, Karen.
Okay, we're on to our first panel, and I'd like to invite the panelists up, Bawa, Eunice, Riyadh, and we have a presenter online. So the aim of today's panel, this first panel aims to critically explore the rising and urgent issue of TFGBV against women and girls with disabilities in particular, highlighting its intersectional nature and distinct manifestations from mainstream experiences. Rooted in systemic gender inequities and compounded by ableist stereotypes, TFGBV is a growing form of violence that often goes unrecognised or inadequately addressed in policy, access and service provision. The panel aims to unpack the specific risks faced by women and girls, ranging from digital literacy, economic precarity, social isolation to caregiver dependence, to examine how these factors contribute to heightened vulnerability and reduced access to justice. The panel aims to foster a dialogue identifying gaps to current approaches and collaboratively envisioning inclusive strategies to move forward and to protect the dignity, autonomy and rights of women with disabilities. Our first panel, Dr. Babawa Tabashi Fum from Stellenbosch University, is a researcher in disability and rehabilitation studies at Stellenbosch, focusing on disability, mental health and GBV. With experience in academia and social work, she contributes through publication, guest lectures, mentoring and peer review. Our next panelist is Eunice Tangal, who works at the CERC in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing. Eunice is a master's student in occupational and public health at TMU and a senior student researcher at the CERC. Her research focuses on health equity and infection prevention in long-term care. She brings experience from community projects, long-term care and clinical research. Our next is Raid Shaif, Dr. Raid Shaif, sorry about that, from CECDEV. Dr. Raid Sharif is PhD and is a researcher and educator focused on technology, society and public policy. As Director of MENA Programming at the SecDev Foundation, he leads initiatives on digital rights, violence and resilience. He holds a PhD in Information Science from Syracuse University and degrees in Economics and Political Science from Berzette University. And our last online presenter, who's actually the funder of the project that Professor Ned was just discussing, Aisha Mago, is from the Sexual Violence Research Initiative, zooming in from South Africa. Thank you ever so much. Aisha Mago is the Global Advocacy Director at SVRI, leading work on TFGBV. She has extensive experience in advancing the rights of women, children and adolescents across South and Southeast Asia and Southern Africa. Her focus includes feminist funding, movement building and promoting equitable, sustainable policy and practice in violence against women research. And I want to start on the questions. Can you just all put on your microphones and make sure that they're working? Great. Okay, so the first question that I actually had is for Babua. And one of the questions that we wanted to ask was, how do you define TFGBV against women and girls with disabilities? And how does it differ from mainstream definitions? Why is it important? And why is it important to identify these differences?
Okay, thank you for the question, Karen. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to everyone online who is in South Africa. So I wrote something down, so I'll keep on looking at what I've written. So please excuse me if I don't make eye contact. But up until recently, there hasn't been consensus on the definition of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So the UN Women and the World Health Organization term it as TFVAW, which is tech-facilitated violence against women, whereas other people say it's technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So in our work, we have defined technology-facilitated gender-based violence against women and girls as the use of digital and online technologies to enact, enable, and exacerbate violence against women and girls with disabilities, but particularly focusing on how these violence are shaped by the intersection of ableism and gender inequality. So these include online harassment, cyberbullying, cyberstalking, as Prof. Ned has mentioned previously. And what it's important to note is that we had to critically recognize how these harms are uniquely experienced by women with disabilities, and also how they are being shaped by these intersections of of ableism, stigma, and so on. So the mainstream definition of tech-facilitated gender-based violence usually focus on the normate victim, who is a person who is non-disabled, as well as a person who's digitally literate, often leaving the people with disabilities behind, and also not recognizing that their dependency on maybe technology or maybe their caregivers and other forms of assistant devices. So this usually then leaves people with disabilities behind. These definitions usually leave people with disabilities behind. I think maybe I'll stop here for now because I feel like I've been going on and on. But okay, one more thing. I want to say that it's important to identify these differences from the onset, because this will foreground the intersectionality of oppression, and which is very necessary when designing online platforms to make sure that it is accessible for people with disabilities. And also this will influence how policies like tech policies are formulated or even written, because if we keep these in mind, who the users are, not only the normate victims, but also people with disabilities. And this also affirms their right to digital autonomy and digital citizenship. Thank you.
Thanks. That is a really expansive response. That was great. Raij or Eunice, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I want to first, good morning here and good afternoon, everybody. Just to put everything I will say in context about the region where I oversee the research and advocacy work, I will just focus on that at the beginning and give some background. I work for a think tank, a Canadian think tank. We're focused on just ensuring that the digital environment is safe for everyone. And we do this work around the world. And in my capacity, I lead the work in the Middle East and North Africa, the Arabic-speaking countries, which is, more than 20 countries. And why I'm saying that, because I was really intrigued by the focus from both Professor Ned and my colleague here about we still don't have a definition of what is it, right? Is it tech-facilitated violence, digital violence? But I have to tell you, we struggle with that work over the past few years in my region because we cannot use the word gender in 17 out of 21 countries that I function in, for example. In some countries, actually, the word gender the least can get you in trouble. In some countries like Iraq, it actually can criminalize you. So for example, just saying it, why this is problematic in some contexts, because some groups, some governments even, attach this name in Arabic, and this is where also context matters. The way you see gender in Arabic, you can easily use it to attack different groups and to associate it with two things. First, the LGBTQ community, and also foreign assistance. So that's why, for example, in my work, you will see me referring to it as digital violence against women. We don't use gender at all, in fact, the word. Number two, about the context, also in the region, with the definitional thing, in some countries, we refer to those affected by this as victims, in other contexts as survivors. And believe it or not, it makes a huge difference for some policymakers, the way you use the word. And again, this language issue matter. So this is related to the definition. Do you want me, Karen, to comment on something else, or we just move?
Please.
Yeah, the other thing that also, Professor, thanks for the survey and the study. In our work also, we know that the level of reliance and dependency on the technology matters when we work with people with disabilities. And this is something probably the study can benefit from, Professor Nand. For example, I work particularly with the deaf and mute community in the Middle East and North Africa, and I'll be talking about this in a minute, where they rely heavily on being on the screen to use the sign language to communicate. So they basically depend on the device, on the data, everything comes with it to communicate. And unfortunately, we didn't get to the point where we can compare between a level or a category of disability where reliance on technology is so heavy versus not heavy. And I think that will make actually a good contribution to the study.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the next question I actually have is for Eunice. And Eunice, I wanted to ask around the aspect. I mean, what we know from the research generally is the digital exclusion of people with disabilities, particularly because of issues around digital literacy or the assumptions that are made around digital literacy. So I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing around digital literacy and online safety education and how that could be made more inclusive and accessible to protect women and girls with disabilities in their everyday life around TFGBV.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And hi, everyone. A little bit nervous. I think my bio is also a little bit old. So what I'm working on right now is on this project around tech-facilitated gender-based violence or violence against women, as well as working on some projects around digital literacy and improving digital literacy for women and gender diverse people with disabilities and how it impacts their participation in life and especially in research and in healthcare. And so going back to the question where asking how can digital literacy and online safety education be improved, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think digital literacy is kind of a very big factor in online safety education. And the first thing that I kind of wanted to just address was there's two parts that I kind of view this as, is there's a high level design part, and then there's a practical part. And so in terms of starting with high level design, when it comes to creating resources and tools for people with disabilities, and especially women and gender diverse people with disabilities, because there's so many intersections of structural and systemic vulnerability, what happens is that while we might design something for to support a particular vulnerability in the way that we best see fit, it doesn't actually address an intersection, right? And so I think the first step, and I think as a lot of qualitative researchers are probably here, we know, is co-design and ensuring that we are interacting with the people who will engage with our work. And so, for example, when I was developing a survey just recently, we conducted co-design groups with women with disabilities to ensure that the online surveys were accessible and that the language was inclusive and that the questions were reflective of their experiences. And one thing that I found, and I'll give a very specific example, is I had used a multiple choice question, and I'd used a design where the choices listed were represented as individual huge buttons with the text overlaid on top of them. And in my perspective, I thought, okay, because the text is overlaid, it's a lot easier to read. It's bigger. I can make the font way bigger. This is going to be much more accessible for people. But when I spoke to the people with vision disabilities online, they had said that their screen reader wasn't able to pick up on that. Right? And so their screen reader had a very tough time just differentiating between what was the button and what was the question. It didn't understand that the button and the question were one, right? And so having that conversation obviously led to me being able to understand, okay, what I thought was accessible, definitely not accessible, right? And so having that understanding of the population that you're working with, not just from a high-level literature-focused perspective, although that's really important to see what existing literature is, talking to them, asking them, and at the end of one of our last focus groups, I think somebody commented, we were just ending the focus group and they said, it's so nice to have people actually ask us what we need, because there's so many things that we don't need. Like, we don't need you to do certain things for us, but when we're asking like what kinds of questions we want to be asked, like that's important. And so in the context of online education and safety education, that digital literacy, asking what people need and what they don't know is going to be very, very important for online safety education, interacting with people to make sure that we have the resources and the tools that are actually useful to them. I'll give one more example and then I'll stop talking. But when we were conducting our survey in South Africa, we had designed the survey to be taken place online, and the benefit of an online survey is that it's widely accessible, it's cheap, and it's easy to access, but only if you have a device, right? And I hadn't, coming from a North American Canadian context and with my own lived experiences, I didn't even think that, oh, they're not going to have access to maybe even a library computer, right? And so when we were conducting those, we had discussions with stakeholders and non-government or nonprofit organizations working with those groups, and they had said that they had people on site helping people to take the surveys, but then they had to kind of take turns taking the survey on a single device or things like that. And so access to devices was the first like barrier to actually giving them access to the survey. And in the context of like online safety education, first, if they're so rarely online, that they're not going to have the opportunity to like learn how to interact with that on our own, because I feel like we've all kind of gone through our own evolution online, right? We started when we were a little bit younger, and we've had to do the full, like, we've had a full life online so far, but with limited access to the online space, they're not going to gain that literacy and then gain that experience. And again, with the inaccessibility of some online spaces, that's exacerbated even more. So I don't know what I just said. I hope it was the answer to the question.
That was great, Eunice, thanks. Which actually, I want to go back to the digital literacy part and the actual thinking about how do we understand this and how do we gather research to really develop resources that are actually useful, both for the designers who are designing this, but also the end users, women and girls with disabilities. And I want to come back to Aisha, given your role as a leading global institute that funds this area. And it'd be really interesting to get your perspective on what you see are the key priorities and urgent evidence gaps highlighted in the research agenda, particularly in relation to some of the most affected communities, such as women with disabilities, gender diverse and trans women with disabilities, and how can we use this agenda to influence funding and policy so we can encourage wider adoption?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just waiting for an answer to that. I thought, oh my God, no one can actually hear me. Okay, yeah. So thanks so much for having me. So I mean, in terms of the research agenda, I just want to sort of quickly say something about why we at SVRI do believe in having research agendas and in identifying priorities, because that's kind of important context for why we advocate for the usage of an agenda. So in terms of like research priorities being the unanswered questions or the evidence gaps that a wide group of people agree that are the most important to advance the field, and in this case, TFGBV. We really think it's essential that priorities are set by multiple people from diverse backgrounds who have contextual knowledge and understanding of what's needed on the ground. Because then that's the only way to really ensure that evidence that's built on the basis of that agenda is contextually relevant and can be used to sort of concretely change lives. And the agenda that the TFGBV research agenda that you've just referred to was something that came out of a very consultative and participatory process. It really centered survivors' expertise. It engaged those directly working on the issue. It applied an intersectional lens, and it has given us key evidence gaps, and we hope has set a clear direction for researchers, policymakers, funders, practitioners. And we do have a representative agenda that was shaped by hundreds of diverse voices across regions, and we did a lot of work to ensure that diversity. So I'm not going to go into that any further, because that is a sort of very long explanation of its in and of itself in terms of methodology, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there. In terms of what the key gaps are, or the key priority questions that were identified, I'll just go over those quickly. So one area around nature and prevalence was about platforms, contexts, risk factors. We need better data on all of those things, both in terms of experiencing tech-facilitated violence and in terms of perpetration of tech-facilitated violence and what leads to perpetration. We also heard that we need much more evidence on the social norms that are driving perpetration, and we need to be considering different settings, including humanitarian settings, which we have very little information of. In terms of the key questions or what we need to know under the responses to this type of violence, one of the key things was, what do survivors actually need and consider effective? And I mean, this has already been coming up in the conversation that's been had, right? Way too often the discussions on policy, on regulations are happening in silos. Survivor voices are not being, fed into those discussions and those things that are coming up. There's now, I mean, just as an aside, a growing interest in restorative justice approaches as an alternative response, how these might be more useful in certain contexts. And again, to just pinpoint the point that was made earlier about context being so incredibly important, even in terms of terminology and stuff. You can begin to think around when we say, oh, responses, what are appropriate responses for survivors? Of course, those may be very, very different if you're sitting in India or if you're sitting in Canada or sitting in Mongolia or Jordan or wherever. So that was a key thing that came up under the gaps in responses. We just don't know what people actually want, and we need to find that out. In terms of prevention, a glaring gap that we found is in evidence-based prevention strategies. We really need to know, again, what works across different cultural contexts. What does prevention mean? Which interventions are most effective to prevent perpetration? What is the critical role of tech companies, and how can they design platforms to actually prevent harm? Right? So this whole question around safety by design, what do we do before harm actually occurs? And again, we really need to invest in comparative, rigorous, long-term research to identify solutions and then work out how we can scale them. We also identified gaps under a specific domain that we called populations, and it's particularly relevant to the discussion that we're having here today. As has already been said, we know there are significant gaps in the literature when it comes to understanding the experiences of specific groups of people, including LGBTIQ+ people, women with disabilities, refugees and migrant women, and especially so in low and middle income countries. So some of the research you've been hearing about today is so incredible because it's actually helping us fill some of those nuanced, culturally relevant, contextually relevant gaps for specific communities. A top question that came up was about access. Again, not surprisingly in terms of what we've heard, right? Access remains so unequal for specific communities. And this impacts people's participation, not just in studies, but also impacts access to remedies or solutions online. So it's a big gap. And another top question in this category was around the need for finding nuanced, context-specific approaches that reflect people's lived realities. And we can see, how the different domains, the key gaps kind of overlap. And then under the measurement domain, we found that this need for greater understanding on measuring TFGBV safely and ethically was highlighted. And again, we've heard this in the first presentation. We've heard it in terms of the issues around definitions, but global metrics really are missing. This makes it difficult to compare prevention efforts across programs. And then without these, evidence-based improvements remain limited, and we don't really understand some of what we're hearing. Also, there are many questions around ethical and rigorous ways to actually conduct this research. We just don't know enough. So just as an example from another research grant that we have funded, the team found that ethical review committees that they came in touch with required extensive time to engage with and fully understand the ethical implications of using images in research. So, just as one concrete example, so we need to understand, we need to strengthen the capacity on ethics of online research. And I do believe that we know that the WHO is currently actually updating existing guidelines on their ethics to include online methods and approaches, and that will be a strong contribution to the field. So I think overall, from the research agenda and also from the, the SPRI Forum 2024 learnings on this area, there are certain things we know and don't know. Most of our data still comes from high-income countries. Experiences of people in low and middle-income countries and from specific communities are underrepresented and invisibilized. We lack long-term studies on the impact. We know very little about perpetration and what is driving perpetration, but also how to most effectively intervene with perpetrators. And we are only now beginning to explore how digital systems and AI sort of reinforce inequality and harm. And we really need to fill all of those gaps. And just in terms of how we can, the second part of your question around impacting policy, I think what we have been hearing about from people who are in the funding field, in the policy field, they say that having these agendas is helpful. It amplifies the voices of those who are informed, and then all of those, as opposed to someone having to sit and do their own work, all of those voices are, it gives a much broader lens to donors who can say, okay, maybe we direct our very, very precious and scarce research funding, which as we know right now is more threatened than ever. It gives a roadmap to help with their own advocacy within their institutions. And it also shows key areas that are highlighted in the agenda that they can talk about in terms of policy. So for instance, funders we spoke to had mentioned things like the legal and regulatory frameworks that had come up in the agenda, the safety by design approach, which is collaboration with governments and tech companies, supporting survivor with different types of services. So yeah, I'll stop there, but hopefully that's given like somewhat of an overview of what came out of the research agenda.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Ayesha. I wondered if anyone on the panel wanted to follow up with a response to that as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Aisha, for this, for all the things that you listed. Unfortunately, with the current funding stream, we will really struggle to prioritize, but we will definitely do it. One thing I just want to comment on the legal frameworks, and this is from our experience in the past 5 years trying to push that agenda in the Middle East and North Africa. What we've done, we looked so far at six countries. We looked at the entire legal text in those countries, the constitution, the laws, everything, and we tried to identify anything that relates to overall gender-based violence and in particular online or digital violence against women, to identify the gaps and to see whether we need new laws or not, and also to problematize some of the existing ones, like in Jordan, the cybercrime law, that is in most part actually goes against the victims and the survivors, not the perpetrators. And from this analysis, we come up with some conclusions, and we approach government agencies and donors. And I have to be frank with you, we didn't go anywhere, really. We work with the National Commissions for Women, etc. What led to more substantial advocacy impact, in my opinion, and from our experience, was our ability to make this a public discourse issue. So 5 years ago in the Middle East and North Africa, you wouldn't even hear anywhere in the media anything about digital safety, digital resilience, much less about women in the middle. Nobody wanted to talk about it. Nobody even thought about digital violence as a form of violence. And we didn't really push, our own agenda. We worked with the media folks, journalists, especially female journalists, who were the subject of those attacks, but they couldn't really deal with it, and they didn't know much about how to write about digital violence. Fast forward 5 years, we have logged in at least 500 articles media appearances and features in the media across the region without paying money. And this is where the funding issue becomes and now we see that in some countries, that public discourse led to discussions at the parliament. In fact, last week, we got news from one country that they created a national commission for digital safety, the first in the entire region. So yes, you know, going the legal and legal frameworks is very important. We need to analyze, but in some contexts, I think when it comes from the public, when there is more noise about it, I think this would lead to more impact. The second point I want to mention also, and this is important in the region where I work, and you know, we don't have a shortage of conflict zones in the Middle East and North Africa. And if you think about comparing North America or Europe with low and middle income countries, add to this another layer of complexity and vulnerability when you're in a conflict zone. And really, we don't know much about digital violence against women and girls in conflict zone, much less nothing, absolutely nothing about disabilities. The closest we got to this is that we did a case study in northern Syria in what is called, what they call it, widows camp. Can you believe it? They call it the widows camp. This is the camp for women who lost their husbands in the war, and they live there. And we couldn't believe the amount and the volumes and the magnitude of digital violence against them. Again, this is not a disability, this is a vulnerability, but imagine if it is a disability. Thank you.
So context clearly really is an important piece in this, and the kinds of violence and how that varies across different contexts and the additional vulnerabilities that emerge. And there clearly are some key evidence gaps. I want to go back to you, Eunice, and actually ask you about one thing we haven't actually talked about is the role of caregivers and service providers. And I guess some of the things that I know that we've been finding and I think would be really important to put on the table, because there seems to be global silence on this, and that's the role of caregivers and service providers actually perpetuating technology-facilitated gender-based violence against women and girls with disabilities. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, given the general global assumptions that carers are generally benevolent.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and it's a very great thing to come from that discussion about context into this discussion. When we're speaking about caregivers, you imagine the person that is taking care of a person with a disability, and again, you said like benevolent, and the thought is that there is no malintent. Unfortunately, that's often not the case. And especially speaking to when we're considering the research context as well, we're not going to gather data about that either. So caregivers, as for people with disabilities, tend to be the person with disabilities rely on for either physical, emotional, mental care, financial support. They basically take on the role of helping them live their lives. And unfortunately, in a lot of contexts, that role might be used as an abuse of power. Oftentimes that role is taken on by an intimate partner who may also be quite violent. And so when we're thinking about tech-facilitated gender-based violence, interestingly, while we think that it only occurs with people that are so far away from us, oftentimes it occurs by intimate partners who live with you or your caregiver. And what we found is that actually the restriction of the use of technology is a form of tech-facilitated violence. And so preventing people from accessing online spaces, preventing people from being able to communicate with their friends through online spaces, it takes on a form of restriction and isolation that actually is violence. Oftentimes it can occur in the household as well, where there's potential for blackmailing, doxing, explicit material sharing online. Those types of things don't occur just out in the world and apart from you. They can also occur in your own home. And when we're thinking about what we know and what we don't know, we don't know a lot of what's going on there, because when we engage in research, who is the person helping that person with a disability access that research or participate in that research. It's the caregiver. And so that brings in what we were talking about before with the ethical considerations of research with people with disabilities and researching about tech-facilitated gender-based violence or violence against women, is that there are so many safety concerns that we have to consider. And especially if the household where the caregiver or the intimate partner also lives with the person with disability, in that setting, there might only be a couple of devices, and those devices might be under lock and key, or those devices might be owned by the perpetrator, right? And so engaging with research online, that also we learn pose a huge risk to people. And so there's so many things to talk about, but I'll leave it there.
Great. Barbara, would you like to follow up?
Thanks, Karen. What Eunice is saying now, it just takes me back to the information sharing sessions that we did. So part of our survey recruitment, we had to also do information sharing sessions with different communities, because we saw that a lot of people do not know what tech-facilitated gender-based violence is, or do not even see it as a form of violence. So we went around different communities doing information sharing sessions. One participant, in fact, there were a lot of participants in those sessions with disabilities. So this one particular participant said, you know, I didn't know this was abuse because it was done by my brother who she stays with, who is sort of like a caregiver for him. So this person has a disability. It's an acquired disability through a car accident. So in South Africa, yet again, context matters. So in South Africa, when you get involved in a car accident, you do get some sort of compensation from the government, which is the Road Accident Fund. So some people get millions of rands, some people get hundreds and thousands of rands. So this particular participant had received that Road Accident Fund compensation, but because now the device that she was using, it was her brother's device, like the lawyers were communicating through the brother's cell phone. So he was the one who was up to date with everything. So even when the money came in, the first person who was notified was the brother. But because now she had to go and sign and do all of that, but now she didn't have control of her own money. The brother had control of the money. And sometimes because of like digital illiteracy from this particular individual, she didn't have the cell phone banking app on her because the brother had to get her phone, but it was just those sort of like flip phones, the ones that you do not have, like you cannot upload apps on. So all the banking apps were on the brother's phone. So he would even transfer money to himself. So whenever she would get like sort of SMSs notifications, she would see that money is coming out from her account, but she was afraid to confront the brother because now if she confronts him, then she loses all the money, or she might be even kicked out because she heavily relied on the brother. So we are seeing that a lot of caregivers, even though they are doing well, they are also doing some sort of harm and abuse, even though they are not like behind the screen, maybe harassing, but they are using technology to control, to violate. And also like in this case, it was financial abuse that was facilitated through this cell phone device. So yeah, we are seeing that.
Really important, and you know why we have increasingly a number of laws around coercive and control in intimate partner relationships. The role of tech in facilitating that, especially understanding disability vulnerabilities, are rarely captured in the law. Raid, I can see you want to say something as well.
Yeah, and actually this will lead to the question that you want to ask me, so I will just combine both together. Both my colleagues talked about digital literacy and education as very important, and of course I agree. We need to know, our rights. We need to know aspects related to the devices that we work with and we use. In the specific context of the deaf and mute community that we worked with, there was another layer of challenge and vulnerability. We realized that what we call digital safety hygiene, the basic tips like that anybody should use: two-factor authentication, strong password, privacy settings, all those like the basic We discovered that in our region that we don't have any sign language that describes those. In fact, it was shocking to me, and I'm guilty of that, having been doing this work for almost 2 decades. So we immediately embarked on videos about awareness raising in Morocco. So that was the context in Morocco. And we came up with some sign language to describe, this is just an example. I'll talk about what is strong password, how do you communicate? So if you're in trouble, you know how to deal with it, right? And the two-factor authentication, etc. And I was so proud of this work, and we put the video there, and then immediately we realized that the impact of this video stopped at the border with Algeria, which was actually another realization that even sign language in the Middle East has dialects. So people in Algeria and Tunisia did not understand that. So what we did, and also this will lead to the community-led approach and good practice, we assembled 20 sign language trainers and interpreters from across the region. And we said, we have a problem right now. Someone who speaks Arabic and they're Arab, but they refer to this term, digital safety term, in different sign language from the Gulf, from the Mauritania, etc. Can we have a set of unified signs for the entire region? So at least if we have awareness raising campaigns or education, we can do that. And luckily, we managed to do that. It was very difficult to even agree on one sign language for the entire community. And at this point, we have close to 300 terms in that, what we call it, the first sign language in Arabic dictionary for digital safety and resilience in the Middle East and North Africa. And we continue to add. So as we go with the AI and with the deepfakes, we continue to add. But believe it or not, this is the other challenge that I never thought about in terms of funding. I had zero budget for doing that. But just to get the interpreters, the sign language, the expert, the psychologists to agree in one term, sometimes, it was a long process. And this is something that we need to consider it also as donors and for the donors to agree on adding this element. So yes, definitely digital literacy important overall, but also the ways in which we can protect ourselves and report those signs and those languages, and this education doesn't exist as well.
And that is, that is an incredible example. And it also shows the aspect in really, to do this well, co-design in and of itself is a very long process and often can't actually keep up with the technological developments that have emerged in the open market space of technology that people are increasingly adopting. So numerous tensions there. Given this, Aisha, I really want to come back to you to really, I guess, given your key role globally in thinking about and funding and developing a research agenda around this, is what do you then see as the key challenges for structural changes to stop the enabling of TFGBV, particularly for the different groups that we've been talking about, women with disabilities, trans, gender diverse women, and people, and thinking about disabled women who are migrants, women in conflict zones. What are some of the key challenges in driving these structural change?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And may I just quickly pause before I answer that, because I just wanted to answer something that Raid had said about advocacy. And just to be very clear, I 100% agree that it is people's movements, campaigns, the media that have actually been the big things in the last decade that has actually put TFGBV on the map to policymakers. So I completely agree with that. When I was talking about the advocacy we're doing around the research agenda, it's advocacy around filling the evidence gaps so that programming and interventions are based on information that we know we really need and are not just going ahead without that. So just to be clear about that. But in terms of like challenging the structural conditions that enable TFGBV, I think our understanding obviously is, and we know this, it's TFGBV isn't about bad people using good technology, right? It reflects much deeper structural inequalities. It is about power, patriarchy, colonial legacies, economic inequalities, about the failure of institutions to protect those, especially those most at risk. And I suppose in a way, like while there are so many aspects of it that are new and that we find unfamiliar and are difficult to understand and we don't get the context, it is an extension of and a form of gender-based violence. And like gender-based violence, it is driven by structural inequality, and it is shaped by different systems of oppression. And at the same time, because of that, we have a lot of evidence on, for instance, risk and protective factors, you know, around perpetration, around victimization of GBV, and how can these be addressed in different countries. We have evidence from programs of interventions that have worked or might be working. And I think one of the things around addressing this challenge of the structural conditions is that we have to adapt, scale, and properly fund these interventions. And these interventions have to be around challenging harmful social norms and driving gender transformative change. Otherwise, they will not change behavior, and we will not have the impact that we are looking to have. Obviously, investing in prevention isn't enough. We have to ensure that victims and survivors have access to all the services that they need, whether it is legal support, psychological care. We have to be in partnership with prevention and response. I mean, another thing is, I think, and this is a huge challenge and something we have to attack, is that we need to transform social norms in digital spaces, right? Because digital platforms were not built with safety in mind. We know that online spaces don't regulate themselves. We know that algorithms are designed to promote engagement, which means they very often amplify the very content, you know, that's driving this form of harm. So we need active interventions that shift those norms, that promote digital safety, that foster respectful online interactions. And some of that maybe can come through the male engagement programs that have been designed to prevent GBV. There are some that, you know, there is some evidence coming out of different countries around social media listening tools, engaging men through this, using the role of moderators to shift conversations. But again, we still don't have long-term evidence on how effective some of these strategies are. A third thing is, of course, the strengthening of regulation and accountability. Legal systems are still outdated. They don't apply to TFGBV accurately. Again, those that are the least protected, the groups that we're talking about, are often the most harmed. And legal regulation, in fact, often, and I think, right, you might have alluded to this, often, in fact, impacts the very people that it's supposed to protect because of the backlash effect of some of these laws. And so that's another really major problem. But we do need clear enforceable regulations that do hold tech companies, perpetrators, institutions accountable, but provide real protections and remedies for survivors on the basis of what they need. And finally, I would say addressing some of the structural challenges around ethical guidance. You know, we need really strong ethical principles that guide interventions, that guide policy making, and those need to be predicated on survivor safety and agency has to come first. Privacy and digital rights need to be protected. And yes, diverse voices have to be embedded in every stage of the decision making. And maybe finally, just, I think we all have a role to play. You know, in our own lives, we sometimes just do not understand the issues. We don't question the harmful norms enough. We need to demand better protections. And we need to seek better alternatives that really contribute to a safe, I would say, feminist internet. Yeah, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
That's great. I've got 10 minutes left on questions to the panel. Fantastic. So would anyone like to follow up on that? Eunice, Braid? Yep.
Please. Thanks, Aisha. The only thing I want to add is that also from our experience, I started working on this field focusing only on one dimension of I call them the 3 dimensions of digital violence against women, which is the technical and the education, the legal and the governance, and then the health and the psychosocial. And everybody really gravitates usually to the technical one. It's easy, you know, the hacking, the doxing, etc. We know much about it. And I did a lot of work there and I liked it. But what we discovered is that we were missing the point. Digital violence against women, you should approach it as an ecosystem approach, looking at the 3 dimensions, how they intersect together. Because this is where you can find the solutions. We spend so much time on the technical without understanding that either the lawyers nor the judges didn't understand what 2-factor authentication meant. They didn't even know what digital evidence means. It was not admissible in courts in some countries there. So we realized that this connection was missing. The psychosocial support, the women-led organizations who provided the support, they had absolutely no idea how online violence differs from mainstream violence and how the methodology to talk to the victims and survivors was different. So the last point I just wanted to is that once you start looking at it as this, ecosystem approach where the 3 dimensions interact with each other at any time, we will get a better understanding about the solutions that we can design. Thank you.
Barbara, do you want to follow up with that? No? Eunice? Okay, fantastic. All right. So I guess coming back to thinking about an ecosystem and then also thinking about laws and regulations, if we particularly think from a disability perspective, one of the core issues for people with disabilities who've experienced any kind of violence, to take that to the next stage, often they're not believed in reporting. Then the ways that evidence is presented in court, especially if they have a cognitive disability of some kind, a learning disability, and so forth, their evidence is undermined or assumed that it can't be believed because the laws of evidence and how they imply in these formal systems. I wonder, Babawa, if you could tell us then, given the research that you've been doing, is what are the specific needs of women and girls with disabilities once they've experienced technology-facilitated gender-based violence? And what could be the possible ways in which we could document these experiences that offered them privacy, protection, but also enable some kind of reporting that reaffirmed their experience, who they are, and then access to services? Because this, for me, seems to be the big issue, is how do we document it so people can get access to the supports that they need and channel through the pathways that they wish to seek for justice.
All right, that's a fully loaded question. I'll try to dissect it as I would when I eat an elephant. So anyways, I think in terms of what are their needs for women with disabilities, I think we firstly need to recognize the digital divide and the gender inequality, and maybe start from there, looking at, because the needs might be, they will differ from person to person and from context, and as well as disabilities. What a person with a physical disability may need could be different from a person with an intellectual disability. So I think it's very important to look at needs as per individual. But I think most importantly, what is needed is awareness, because most people, because of their vulnerabilities, they tend not to see tech-facilitated gender-based violence as a form of violence, number one. They don't see it as violence, more especially for people with disabilities who have been heavily isolated, and then when they start getting access to digital technologies, they would be online, and then maybe they get the attention that they haven't received their entire life. So now then with that naivety, then people, perpetrators most of the time, look at it as, they use that to target people with disabilities. So I think it's very important for us to sort of not educate, but make them make people with disabilities aware, number one, that these are violent, these behaviors are violent behaviors and they are not acceptable, and these are the channels that they can take in terms of reporting and where to go in when they are reporting. But also not only for people with disabilities, but also even our legal systems, because like Prof. Ned said earlier, that in South Africa, no police station adheres to the Domestic Violence Act. So now even policemen, they might not see these forms of violence as violent acts, and also they may not even prioritize those because they are not physical forms of violence. They would rather prioritize gang violence more than tech facilitated gender-based violence. So I think it's very important, even in our laws, even in our legislation, to to be clear about what tech facilitated violence is and ways in which these can be addressed, so that we offer survivors platforms that, or maybe a pathway that when you have experienced this, this is what you can do, maybe in terms of reporting, and also with police services for them to be supportive to the victims. So coming back to services, or maybe psychosocial supporters, or even like different NGOs who offer services to people with who may be victims of violence. Some of them, like my colleague here was saying, that they are not even clued up about tech facilitated gender-based violence. Then we also need to go to those organizations, capacitate them in what tech-facilitated gender-based violence is and how to support the victims or the survivors, because we have seen from the data that usually it happens online and then it continues offline. So before it even gets there, how can we then, as service providers, be the middle ground to maybe try and prevent it to manifesting offline? So yeah, I think.
That's a really important point, because when it's not taken seriously, it doesn't see the extended risks that happen later on. Eunice, would you see you've, yep.
Yeah, just brought to mind a discussion that we had earlier. So awareness about gender-based and technology-facilitated violence. The term violence is also very, very ambiguous to a lot of people when it comes to tech-facilitated violence. And so while I think it's very, very important to continue to referring to it as violence, especially in policy settings, especially when we're trying to advocate for these groups, but for the people who are experiencing it, violence might just be something physical to them, right? So when they think about technology-facilitated violence, they're just thinking, they didn't hit me, nothing happened to me physically yet, and they don't know yet. But referring to it as violence is often very, it's a barrier for a lot of people. So changing the terminology, and I think something that we were discussing like yesterday or the day before was talking about saying, instead of violence, did somebody do something that made you feel uncomfortable or made you feel weird or something? Because we can clock it in our bodies a lot of the time. We can clock that feeling that something's not right. Sometimes you can't, but you can clock that feeling, or even a few years down the line, you can clock, oh, that wasn't right when I was younger. That doesn't sit right anymore. But figuring out a way to talk about it in a way that is actually accessible for people who don't understand that violence isn't just physical. I think that's really important to discuss too.
Would you like to add to this?
I mean, just to say that when it comes to that whole question of how we talk about violence and how we ask about violence, again, obviously, I mean, as we've already discussed, you know, there's so many issues around the whole ethics of it, around the methodological barriers because of misunderstandings of definitions and things. But I think what one has to do is, as with other forms of violence research, I think you have to focus on specific behaviors and specific acts. And, you know, find kind of ethical ways to ask questions around that. And yeah, I think hopefully some of the guidance that will be coming out in the next year or 6 months or so will really help a lot of us with it for research that we're doing across the board. That's the hope.
That's great, thank you. And we're about to open to the floor for questions. I wanted to know if any of you would like something else to say or add. I mean, one thing we're running out of time, Ray, but I know that you have quite a number of interesting and quite successful programs. And I wondered maybe if you could finish the panel off before we open to questions, giving us an example of an area of success that you've been working on to really change this dynamic in the MENA region.
Thank you. I alluded to that already. We're really proud of that dictionary. Again, we would like other regions to look at it and to probably follow the methodology where now a lot of this community, and by the way, when you look at the numbers sometimes, and it's not very accurate, There are 11 million individuals in my region, which is 350 million, that suffer from hearing difficulties. That's 3 out of 100. That's not really a small number, really. And they have absolutely no source to go to. The second point or success, in my opinion, that we really managed to get into, there are a few countries that they have what they call cyber crime unit, where you have a problem, you go to report to them. But then when we talk to the victims and survivors, including individuals with disabilities, they said, no, we're not going to go there. We don't want to go there. And then when we dug deeper into that, we realized that most of the time, the people at those units are men who have absolutely no gender sensitivity to start with. Even worse, they make them relive the trauma again and again and again. So they told us, we're not going to go. And when the examples we got is that if you have any image of you that was leaked or used to blackmail you, you go to the first officer, they want to see the evidence. So you show it to them. Then you think that it's gone, it was done. Then they say another officer want to talk to you. They go there and they want to see the, so you make you relive the image again and again and the trauma. So what we did, we designed, and we're going to launch very soon, a specific program targeting those individuals who claim to be addressing those issues. And I think that's also something. The last point, as I said, capitalize on journalists and media. That's very, very important, because honestly, I cannot claim anything in the work that we've been doing if it wasn't for great names. I'm not going to name them because I didn't ask them for their permission. A few female journalists around the region, they are the shakers and movers. They took this issue to heart. They wrote about it. They get abused every single day, but they're not letting go. So a model for us is to find those gems, the ambassadors who will go and they will hire. And in one successful example in Jordan, now we have an entire network of female journalists, 270 female journalists. They formed a network of journalists to combat online gender-based violence. And they're behind many of those initiatives. So nurture community-led, women-led, activities that will also have a good impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to give a round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you so much. And what we'd like to do now is open the floor to questions. Are there any questions from the room? Or comments? Yeah, comments, sorry, comments.
Good morning, Bonnie Brayton, CEO of Dawn Canada. I'm sorry I arrived late, but I was going to say I can't resist, of course, because I've just come into the room and heard some of your comments, is to say how much I appreciate the idea that what we really have to do is focus on grassroots organizing of women with disabilities to lead these processes. And from there, again, research and policy support everything we do, and giving them that information and the power to bring that forward is, I think, a key thing we all have to work towards. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Eunice, you said something very important, which is the wordings and what is the meaning of each word and how to change also the meanings of words. But that's a big undertake. So the question is for you and also for the panel, how do you see that we can align the meanings of words or advocate for new wording? Because it's a very important issue.
Thank you. I think Aisha spoke to it a little bit, but it's just very clear definitions. And I don't think that we can change language in 5 years and 10 years and however long. But I think clearly and simply defining exactly what acts of violence look like is going to be the best way to reach most people, because then once we start talking about changing the words that we use, then we have to go into different languages, different dialects, different sign language interpretations of things. But if we have very clear, simple definitions, often I would suggest using pictograms and things like that as well to describe what the act is, and then that will facilitate language shifts. I don't think we can fully change it, but I think at least we can provide clarity.
Some comments from online as well. This is an anonymous attendee. They're commenting, this is true. We don't want to go to these institutions to report. It would be better to have those reporting agencies attached or have some kind of interface with women's centers and public housing institutions. And any other questions? Also, just a reminder that we do have the held space if anyone needs to take a break.
Can I comment on that? Yeah. So thanks, Inas, for this question. I usually don't really get stuck in meanings because, as you said, it differs from context. But we start to think of on innovative ways of getting the idea itself, whether you call it violence or. In one experiment in Tunisia, we actually had a whole play about, digital violence against women with disabilities, and the Minister of Culture actually adopted it, and they will show it in different places. So we don't go hard hitting about the concepts and about, no, we just in a very artistic way we did it. And because of that success, actually, we're just about to finalize a review of a graphic novel coming from Algeria that speaks to young women about digital violence against women. And we resorted to that innovative and artistic way of doing it because we realized that our awareness raising campaigns reach certain demographics. And that age group between 12 and 18, we were always missing from that age group. So we worked with this novelist in Algeria, and I just actually got the final draft 2 days ago. So I didn't review the final draft, but we're going to launch it in December as a fully fledged, not only a novel, but also with annexes about also what to do and what not to do. So yeah, maybe getting into those more innovative ways of doing things can get us to more demographics.
That's fantastic, and it also shows the importance of creativity through education methodologies. Hija, please.
Very quickly, really appreciate this conversation. I just wanted to add something that both of panelists, you said, and then also Eunice, you also said, around language, and then also around responses from law enforcement authorities. I helped set up, I'm from Pakistan, and I helped set up Pakistan's first cyber harassment helpline back in 2016. And that was in response to the cyber crime law that the government had passed just a couple of months ago. And the reason for that law, that helpline, was primarily to bridge the gap between law enforcement authorities and the people. Because as it goes, people do not know what their rights are. So that acts as a bridge, but that did not stop re-victimization at the hands of law enforcement officers, because women would go to these officers, report their complaints, and then as a result, officers started to victimize them by sending them messages, unsolicited messages, afterwards once they've reported their complaints, thinking that they're easy and they would very easily respond to our comments and our advances. So that was re-victimization, and that created a lack of trust amongst people. So we still struggle to help effective implementation of the law in the country. But then that also sort of didn't stop the law to become a bigger hindrance in accessing justice for women and girls who are trying to access justice. And then about language, as you said, I think it's very, very important that we focus on language a lot more than we already do. I have, and some of my colleagues, I work with Association for Progressive Communications, and some of my colleagues, we essentially did not agree the shift in language from online gender-based violence to tech-facilitated gender-based violence, because we worked for 30 years to create knowledge, to mobilize movements around online gender-based violence. And when we change or shift language, we are also losing all the archives that we've built around over the years. So it also sort of does not help that in the next 30 years, maybe online gender-based violence, just like we do not really refer to tech-enabled gender-based violence as much as we would online gender-based violence, and now as tech-facilitated gender-based violence. A couple of years later, we won't also look at online gender-based violence as our main theme or our main search in Google, for example. So I think that's also very, very important that we
keep referring to the archives and the work that the civil society and researchers and academics and also activists particularly, they have done, and keep revisiting the language and how we introduce it in our work. Thank you.
Hi. To the question, there was some conversation about the ecosystem, and I recognize myself more as a practitioner than as a researcher. So my comment although no one needs to convince me of the importance of the research as a working with researchers hand in hand every day. But I think that another element, an important element of the ecosystem is the economic side of things. And I'm saying this because when we think about the unveiling the digital divide is the economics behind this. So when we talk about trying to disentangle this, it's the policy side, is how we think about the policy side. I'm political, I'm come from the policy side of things, so yes, but we need to think about the economic side of things. So if when we think about platforms, there are really many incentives because most of these platforms are based on venture capital models in how they scale up their platforms. So how we go about to convince them, their trust and safety teams are really not thinking about these very important things that we are talking about and you are researching. I've been working on tech and human rights for more time than I want to confess to you today. So, but what I'm trying to say to you here is that, for instance, on AI, most of the work on how they are, just to give an example, most of the work in terms of the impacts on human rights, including the very specific perspective of intersection of gender, disabilities, economic, or all of the intersectionality elements that you have been, racial, etc., that you have been discussing today, are being developed by academic centers, by independent researchers. And this is one of the arguments that should be addressed to funders. This is one of the things that should be more developed. There's really no incentives for the tech sector. There are some different way of venture capital is starting to develop. I am not an economist, of course, but that is being tried, and there are some success with more responsible and with good success stories. But I think there's some interesting, just to give you also some examples. I'm happy to continue having conversations. I think there are some interesting parallels about, just also to give these examples I work in the philanthropic space for many years. And I know it's a very difficult moment. It's like, for instance, in the open source space. Open source community was community was relied on people that work in the open source space. And because of the important work that it developed, nowadays, and starting in 2019, 2020, a lot of money started to be invested from the private sector we can talk about impacts. I'm not saying that is going to repeat in the case of AI. I'm using the case of AI just because I know some of the work that you are researching on AI specifically. But this is just to use a case study of how this could look into. But what I'm going to the point is, when you talk about ecosystem, I think the economic element is absolutely central in terms of the incentives that lack in the private sector. They're absolutely central, the role of the funding space, which is closing, both in the private and then in the public spaces. And you also need, and it's important to find what are those spaces in common with philanthropic spaces in public and public spaces, but also with other alternatives actors that might find where you might find some funding, alternative funding sources. Because the economic element is absolutely central, because the work that you are doing is absolutely central and needs to keep going on in order to make this place, the online space, safe.
Thank you. And if any last comments from the panel, after that we will wrap up. I do know that there are more questions. Please hold them, and during our actions and recommendations, we will try to address as many as we can.
Thank you, Aisha, for joining us online. Really appreciate, especially the time difference.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
now going to hand over to Tarandip to introduce panel 2.
Thank you, everyone, again. Lots of generative conversation. Like I said, please do hold any questions that we didn't address to the very end, and we will try to get the conversation going. Now we move into our second panel of the day, titled Advocacy in Action, Civil Society Responses to Tech-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. This panel brings together advocates and organizers from across sectors who are responding to TFGBV through bold, creative, and community-rooted approaches, whether through frontline support, policy reform, digital tools, or public education. Their work highlights how civil society continues to lead the way in resisting violence, building safer, more inclusive digital spaces. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Michelle Ford, Master's in Education and OCT. She is an educational leadership and strategy consultant with over 15 years of experience advancing human rights in education. She specializes in data-informed initiatives that bridge research, policy, and practice. Michelle also designs professional learning for systems leaders through the Ontario Ministry of Education in collaboration with the G. Raymond Chang School at TMU. In addition to consulting work, Michelle is a principal with the Toronto District School Board, currently on sabbatical to pursue scholarly research and program development in post-secondary education. Her portfolio includes curriculum quality assurance, institutional accountability, policy innovation, and strategic partnerships. She also brings editorial and project management expertise from Nelson, Canada, with publications in educational leadership. Michelle authored the TDSB's first grade 12 university-level Afrocentric leadership course and led the implementation of culturally responsive school community health initiatives with local providers. As a founding member of the Tracking Transitions Through Education and Employment Research Project, Michelle is co-designing a longitudinal study with the TMU Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing. She contributes to contextual research and analysis, advises on methodology, and informs knowledge integration. She will present her additional findings jointly at the 2025 annual conference of the Canadian Sociology Association, which is next week. Michelle embraces learning as the basis of liberation and social transformation. She strives to bring policy to life in ways that are meaningful, equitable, and responsive across education systems and digital contexts. Michelle's leadership practice is guided by values of accessibility, integrity, and reciprocity. Welcome, Michelle.
situate myself on the end here. So I can see a little. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I am thrilled to be here, and thank you, Charandeep, for your incredibly generous opening and attempting to live up to all of your kind words. Oh, much better, much better. Let's try that again. Thank you, Charandeep, for your very warm, engaging, and generous opening. I will not be on this panel alone. So in just a moment, I am going to call to our circle our panelists. And first, an opening that I would love to offer to you in this space. Welcome, everyone, to Panel 2, Advocacy in Action, Civil Society Responses to Technology Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. We are so grateful that you are here both in person and online to help co-create this very important conversation today. And as you heard in the introduction, I will be your co-creator in our conversation today. And our panelists bringing expertise and insight and a diversity of experiences will co-create with us as well. From the introduction that I offer, we will move into panelist introductions, and then from the panelist introductions, our moderated conversation with Q&A following that. So please, as we delve into the issues, we encourage you to take note of what inspires you, what challenges you, what questions you have, and save them for that opportunity to share, because we really do want to hear from all of you, both here in the space and online. And first, it is important, I do want to begin by situating that this conversation that we are having today is not theoretical. This is not a concept conversation that we're having. This is real. Technology facilitated gender-based violence is happening as we speak in our communities, in our spaces, and it is so important for us to have this opportunity to come together and to strategize and to speak the reality that it is happening now. And what does that mean for all of us here in education? We know that as professionals coming from a variety of experiences, and on our panel, we'll have a diversity of voices, and I can situate my own experience as a secondary school principal here in the city of Toronto, working with communities across our beautiful city. So many examples of technology facilitated gender-based violence, painful examples that we grapple with on the ground with inadequate resources in circumstances that are fluid and dynamic, and trying our best to build together as we respond in crisis. And I bring that as an example to demonstrate very palpably that it's happening as we speak, and the urgency is here. What comes to mind is an example, one of many, a young woman who was grappling with the exposure and distribution of a very sensitive photo that was taken aggressively and distributed online, and that harm was replicated by those who harassed her online. And then together, the challenge that we had of how to address violence that could not be resourced adequately, where there wasn't a structural response that was nuanced for what we were experiencing. And then, of course, as we heard in the first panel, the difficulties of reporting and what our systems require of those who make that decision, very difficult decision to report. And there's an entirely different level of harm then that happens, that is replicated. And I found myself grappling with that, and trauma by proxy. I wasn't at the center of that experience. And to say that it had a profound effect on me gives some indication of how layered and pervasive and harmful technology facilitated gender-based violence is. And so where does that leave us in our conversation today? We look to the city of Toronto, the land that we are situated on in this moment, and recognize our city is another example of how much we have accomplished and yet how much more remains to be done. In 2023, the city of Toronto declared gender-based and intimate partner violence to be an epidemic. And we know that 2023 is not when the crisis occurred. We know that it continues tragically to occur, and yet it was only in 2023 that the advocacy of grassroots organizations, equity identified groups pushed to have that recognized and to have that language situated. And we also know that technology facilitated gender-based violence was not rooted and centered within that declaration. And so where does that leave us? It really calls into our awareness the urgency of everybody here today and the work that you're doing to move beyond the declaration into action that acknowledges how violence unfolds in digital spaces. So we build momentum today. We explore how our communities in disability justice are confronting the challenges, and we explore advancements in intersectional responses across research, policy, practice in a global context. This is our civil society response. This is our response. And so before we begin, just a few words to situate our own practice and care as we transition to our panelists. Thinking about the reality of how many of our lives have been touched by violence and the experience by proxy as well, and knowing that complex emotions will come to the surface, will be surfacing in this conversation. Please do take care of yourselves. Please do pause physically in this space. We invite you and encourage you to take that opportunity to take a break as needed, to visit the wellness space here as well and online. And we also invite everyone to continue to situate that accessibility of practice. So any language that we use that's specialized, just ensuring that we provide those definitions and the pace and the rate of our speech as well, ensuring that it's, as we do, paced in a way so that everyone has a point of entry for the conversation. And I hold myself accountable for that as well, because I tend to be a bit of a fast talker. So I will ground my practice in that own teaching together today. So we are a powerful community. Our voice is a catalyst for change. Ours is an urgent conversation. So let us begin. Let us begin together. And on that note, I would love to welcome our first panelist to the stage, Bonnie Brayton. Please, a round of applause for Bonnie. And I also welcome you to the circle of conversation today. And we do have formal introductions, but I want to take care to have, in your own words, you introduce who you are and
between the tables.
oh, we can find a better spot. Let's make sure we're comfortable and situated before we begin.
Don't want to be with their knees on the table.
We can't welcome you to a space and have you be uncomfortable. Absolutely
The
not.
turtle will sit here and I'll sit here.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for joining us and for your time and your energy and your expertise in this conversation today. Bonnie, you lead Dawn Canada, Disabled Women's Network, and for decades, you have advanced disability and gender justice through national policy, public education, coalition building, and your advocacy has transformed how feminist movements in Canada engage in the lived realities of women with disabilities. And for that, we appreciate the work you do on the ground every day. Thank you for being here.
Wow, that was nice. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And we have with us, broadening our circle together today, Hija. Please come to the stage.
Don't sit here, Keisha, you're gonna end up.
This seat is a little uncomfortable.
It hits the knees right there. Okay, silence.
The
Oh,
things
man.
we discover.
Takes a woman to solve the problem, maybe sometimes.
And Hisha Kamran, thank you for being here with us. And you also are doing essential work on the ground, leading editorial direction at Gender IT and the Association for Progressive Communications. For over a decade, you have organized across South Asia to again advance feminist approaches to digital rights, online safety, and accessible technologies for disabled women and gender diverse people. Let's give a warm round of applause for Hija. Thank you. And speaking to accessibility and the fluidity of how we come together in this space, we have a hybrid panel as well. So turning our attention and turning my seat so I can see a little better. I don't want you to see my back. Joining us as well, broadening our circle today of conversation, we have Alexandra Robinson, the waved Alexandra. Thank you for being here with us. And Alexandra is joining us virtually from UNFPA, the United Nations Population Fund, leading international policy efforts to address gender-based violence in its many forms, including digital harm. So very comprehensive, and your work strengthening cross-regional collaboration and advancing human rights responses that are inclusive and survivor-centered, which is so essential in the work that we do. Thank you, Alexandra, for being here with us. And rounding out our circle, a full circle that we have, Dr. Michelle Fitz as well, joining us virtually, a senior research fellow at the Menzies School of Health Research. She has built long-standing relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and your research, of course, focusing on the experiences and priorities of women living with traumatic brain injury from family violence, a very necessary, challenging, and important and urgent work that you do and bring to our conversation. So welcome, welcome, Michelle, and welcome all. And another round of applause for our full panel. So I have only provided a kernel to start the conversation. Appropriately, we want to create the space so that you have the scope and the time to introduce the elements that you feel we should be situated with in this conversation. So Bonnie, please begin and share with us a little bit of context about what you do.
So, as you mentioned, Dawn Canada is coming up actually on 40 years this June. So we're the oldest organization for women with disabilities in the world. And that means we've got considerable expertise. And I'm sorry to say that one of the things we've been working on for 40 years is gender-based violence. And it's not going to be ending anytime soon. And of course, the addition of gender-based violence through tech is another dimension to this that is once again an area where women with disabilities have been largely left out. So I'm supposed to tell you about my organization. That's how it's a 2-minute like.
Yes.
Again, in terms of Dawn, I would say an important thing that will come up a bit in this context is, I think a key thing that Dawn Canada added to our mission statement in 2020 is that we're an intersectional human rights organization. And that's after working in the silos for so many years and recognizing, of course, that one of the things women with disabilities have to do is actually lead the human rights movement, because women with disabilities, especially Black and Indigenous women in the context of Canada, would be the most marginalized. And if we start there, we pull in everybody, but if we don't start there, we're not going to make the kind of progress we need to make. So I think, again, we're going to talk more about what does intersectional practice look like in real life, and I'm really excited to talk more about how Dawn Canada has worked in that area. And I think, like I said, what I wanted to say is I was really pleased to hear that we were going to be doing this panel. And I think just to tie it back into something one of our friends on the first panel said, and this woman in the audience that's straight ahead of me, she's got her head down right now. But I was going to say it's the idea that we have to make the business case for human rights, and we can. And that diversity, equity, and inclusion is not dead. There's people who would like us to believe that, but that's not the case. And so I don't want to take up a lot more time. If you want to read more about Dawn Canada, do that. But it's like, really, I just want to get to the exciting thing, which is we're going to talk. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Michelle.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Bonnie. And just picking up on that thread, we are here. We are not going away. We are going to continue this work. Hicha, please continue.
Hi. I've been, just to correct, I haven't worked on disability rights as much as I would have liked. So I wouldn't say that I'm an expert at all. So currently I'm working at Association for Progressive Communications. They also, while preparing, while having conversations about this panel with my colleagues at APC, we recognize that this is also a gap at APC. APC has been around for 30 years. The organization, which is a network-based organization, we have around 70 or close to 70 members from around most of South Asia, Global South. And we recognize that this is a gap in our advocacy and research, that we haven't worked enough around disability rights and justice. So APC specifically works on issues of gender and sexuality and how they intersect with technology. So again, technology facilitated gender-based violence or online gender-based violence is central to the work. And we've been doing this for the past 30 years, 35 years. As Bonnie said, it's not going to go anywhere. It's gender-based violence has just transformed into digital spaces as well. When we started, when I personally started the work around digital rights and gender and sexuality, a lot of people actually pushed back, saying that that is not the case. Technology, online gender-based violence is not a thing because you can turn your laptop down, shut it down, and then it's over, which is not true. There are a lot of cases that suggest, and now essentially, of course, it is a fact that TFGBV does not work like that. You can't just end it once you've shut down your computer. So APC works to sort of support networks, organizations, communities in Global South to conduct these research and also to inform our advocacy around these issues. This is policy advocacy, this is movement building, this is communications and campaigning that we do around the world. And just to sort of reach a point where we can say that this is a path towards gender justice that is also informed by digital justice. And I say this in recognition with something that we were involved in the past month, which is the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which was passed in 1995 in Beijing, China, which was the first, essentially, a very, very comprehensive document around gender equality. That also falls short because it was passed in the initial days of the internet as we know it today. It does fall short around addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So we are working towards including this agenda into the platform for action, and I hope that that is going to be a way forward for us as a community, as a network at APC, to have some sort of recognition on a global level.
Thank you very much, Hija. And so important how you share with us that process of your needs assessment, how you recognized a gap and critically engaged in the process of working through with your organization to address that gap. So important, and a good example of how we can continue to grow together. As we turn to our circle that is wide and diverse across the span of the digital universe. Alexandra, joining us from UNFPA, please share with us some more context about the work that you do and your organization.
Thank you so much for having me and facilitating this circle as a hybrid event to enable us to participate. It's a real privilege for us to be in this space. As UNFPA, we have broadly 3 transformative results. One is ending maternal mortality. The other one is ending unmet need for family planning. And our third transformative result is around ending gender-based violence and harmful practices. As an organization, we support country mechanisms and systems to address gender-based violence in over 153 countries. So our interventions support response, prevention, data and research, as well as law and policy and convening. And we do all of that in very, very close partnership with national governments and civil society, recognising that systems of sustainability and accountability need to be built at a country level. Really, over the past 5 years, UNFPA have picked up a lot of work around the specific space on TFGBV, and really with the primary focus on integrating our work on TFGBV across all of our program areas. We have worked, and as many of us know in the room, it's much harder to integrate new components of work within existing systems and create silos. So a lot of our work has been dedicated to integrating TFGBV into different frames of reference that our diverse stakeholders understand. We have a few different global programs within which we've integrated TFGBV, not just around all of our sexual reproductive health programming, but we have a dedicated program on TFGBV called Making All Spaces Safe, and that is a program which has global components as well as national components, and again, very much around strengthening interventions around TFGBV within existing gender-based violence frameworks. We also have the We Decide program, which is about empowering young women and women with disabilities to exercise their sexual reproductive health and rights and to live a life free from violence. We have another program called Women at the Centre, which is about professionalising social services workforces and building case management capacity. And within that, again, integrating TFGBV into those systems and processes. And finally, we have a program called Know Our Data, which is all about increasing the capacity of stakeholders to generate and analyse and use violence against women data, including data relating to women and girls with disabilities and TFGBV, to support national systems or to support evidence-based policies and programs. So that's a very quick summary. I will be very happy to throw in the chat a link to our UNFPA website that specifically addresses TFGBV, and that will give you a much broader range of all of the kind of work and different things that we've been up to over the last several years.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. So many programs and initiatives and change navigation all at once. Many things for us to discuss together today. And rounding out our circle, Dr. Michelle Fitz from Western Sydney University, please do share with us some background, some additional details, the juicy bits of what you're working on that's exciting to you in this moment, or confounding, or a combination of both.
Thank you, Michelle. And I don't think I'm going to have an issue of talking too fast. It is 2 a.m. here in Australia, so I might be a wee bit vague for the panel this afternoon. But yeah, just starting off, my name's Michelle. I'm a white settler. I'm very fortunate to live and work in Central Australia in the desert, right in the middle of Australia. I just also want to pay respects to the Aranda people and their elders past and present, where I am fortunate to live and work. I've been a researcher for the last 15 years, but for the last 10 years, I've been focused on traumatic brain injury research, or TBI research. So for those people that aren't familiar with TBI, it's caused through blunt force trauma to the head. And the main causes of TBI are motor vehicle crashes, falls, and assaults. And there's been a lot of focus of TBI research, particularly for sports players, and you would have seen that in the US or North America, and also in Australia as well. And most of the focus of research has also been on white men in urban cities. So models of care, education, and treatment is then founded on that evidence. Over the last 10 years, we have been focused particularly on understanding the lived experiences of marginalised women who have experienced this injury. And more recently, we've been working on a research program that's focused on violence-related concussion and TBI. And later on in the panel discussion, when we're talking about the TBI symptoms, how those symptoms can actually make women at greater risk of experiencing technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I might just leave it there, otherwise I could keep talking. But yeah, very excited to be part of the panel this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fitz. Very important work. So many intersections represented in the work that you do as well, and in connecting to communities through traumatic experiences and finding ways to work through solutions together. We have our full and complete circle of conversation, a panel that brings so much to the discussion. So let's get to it. We will begin with our moderated session now. Some of the questions you will note are for all of the panelists, and then there are particular focused questions to honor the work that you're doing in unique ways. So bear with us as we cycle through a bit of a different approach as we go from one to one. And our first question for all panelists focuses on recognizing the central role of women and gender diverse people with disabilities leading global advocacy, and focusing in on how has their embodied knowledge and expertise informed current understandings of technology facilitated gender-based violence. And in investigating and exploring together the leadership advocacy, and your responses, you may wish to consider briefly exploring the impact of advocacy either on the public awareness, policy awareness, or research. And Bonnie will begin with you, if that's all right.
Yeah, thank you. I would say bringing that down to sort of more, I think plain language is an important thing to talk about, Michelle, and keeping things to a point where we're not talking over stuff and talking with.
Absolutely.
So I think what we're talking about, or what the question is about, is the gaps. And of course, it's not a gap, it's an abyss. At this point, to be quite frank, in a Canadian context, there's been some research and some funding that's been directed to gender-based violence, tech-based gender-based violence, and it's gone to large institutionalized women-led organizations that don't generally focus on women with disabilities. And again, you did say in the introduction, and we've made big inroads in terms of the space Dawn occupies in the feminist space, but it's still in many cases a walking beside. One of the exceptions, and I say that because of our other panelist up here from Australia, is Women at the Center. It's actually an organization here in Canada called Women at the Center, and Women at the Center are very focused on peer support, and brain injury is a big part of what they understand is what survivors are dealing with. And I'll add, just to put a pin in something, is to talk not just about traumatic brain injury, but acquired brain injury, because both are important to talk about, and both are grossly undermeasured and in terms of people's understanding of how big these issues are. So again, in a Canadian context, if you look it up, what you will see is there's very little. And in fact, I don't know, is my graphic, it's up here right now, so we can look at this. 27% of women with disabilities reported online harassment in the past 12 months, 13% of women without disabilities. So again, you can already see that there's some data collection that we're getting. In a global context, 50% of young women globally reported online harassment, but we don't have a piece of data for women with disabilities, right? And again, there isn't a single sort of civil society voice for women with disabilities at the global level, which is something that, of course, makes that challenging. There's lots of movements, and Dawn is part of some of those movements and has been for a number of years. But one of the challenges we have, again, even working at the UN level, is we aren't going with one voice. And advocacy, when you don't have that kind of, somebody is clearly sitting in front of me, presents us with a problem. And I would say the other thing that's really important to understand is that part of the reason that happens is because research costs money. And intersectional cross-disability research costs even more money. And some of the groups that get out a lot of research are because of the cost of accommodation. And I will say again that one of the problems we have with the funding mechanisms is we often are expected to write a grant and build the accommodations into our envelope. And so if we are doing the work, it means we have to do less because we have to keep money aside for accommodations. That's an important policy thing to mark, is that we need to really address that. But I was going to say beyond that, the cross-disability piece, let's be really clear. Brain-injured women, women labeled with an intellectual disability, deaf women, deaf-blind women, and technology-based, gender-based violence. Oh my. But again, why isn't it happening? We were approached, and like I said, I don't want to out any of my women's organizations, by at least one of the organizations that was funded to do some of this work. And they came to us after the fact with an envelope of $40,000. And I said, what do you want me to do with that? And I said, I have to be really honest with you. I said, I can't do this and I won't. Women with disabilities have never been consulted. I had been at a deaf women's conference the summer before and had promised those women I was coming back to understand more about it. And then I found out the envelope was not going to do it. It was really disappointing, and I'm happy to say we'll go back to the table for that. But that's the point I want to make. I think most importantly at this point is that if we're going to do this, we have to be serious about understanding cross-disability and intersectional means cultural and disability-related need to be really central in understanding all these women have different needs and they've never been spoken to, and they've been siloed off by their type of disability, because that's the other thing we do with little girls with disabilities is we group them into the type of disability that they have. That doesn't help a movement, and it doesn't help us see that sort of collective voice. How am I doing for time?
That is a beautiful point to to segue on. So many different points to consider, urgencies that you've highlighted, particularly representation and voice and the absence of data. And so how do we plan ahead without having that representation of those experiences on the ground? Many, I should say, not much, many of us, I think, are recognizing the challenge in being counted in the experience.
I want to add, okay, because again, I do work with women at the international level and women from all over the world. And I think the other thing to understand is that even in the context of activism, right, we can't use WhatsApp. Some of my sisters in Pakistan have told me, it's like, I can't use WhatsApp, we have to use Signal. I mean, literally in the context of doing your activism, this is an issue. And again, the accessibility of those apps layers it in, right? We do have to make the business case, no question. That's come up before. I'm just threading it back in here. If we don't get the tech people involved in this and they don't see the business case, it's not going to happen. Stop there. I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize. That's an urgent point and a priority, the business case, and recognizing that there's an entire population that would be responsive to those tools. Something to think about for the technology facilitators. And carrying on and building on our conversation, Dr. Michelle Fitz, please do share with us your impressions as well of this particular question.
Yeah, look, I think I could just add to that by saying mentioning the importance of centering the voices of women with lived experience in developing policy and practice. To give you some examples around brain injury, certainly no two brain injuries are the same. And everybody's experience of brain injury is unique, but there are certainly some common symptoms that the women that we've been speaking to over the last few years have talked about in relation to difficulties with memory retention, difficulties with following instructions, talking about difficulties with decision-making, recalling information, communication, finding the right words to explain what they want or using the wrong words, issues with not feeling like the same person they used to be, having self-doubt. So all of those symptoms that women are experiencing when they then experience other forms of violence, because these physical violence often doesn't happen in isolation, there's other forms of violence women are experiencing, such as technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And I think it's already been mentioned earlier this morning on the other panel, but if women do report, they're often not believed because of those symptoms, or they find the court process incredibly stressful and can be seen as an unreliable witness. So there's a lot of systems, it's not just the health system, there's a lot of systems women engage with that let them down along the way, and then they don't report their experiences. So I think the more that we can amplify these voices and platform them to form policy and practice, I think is critically important. And at the moment, and as people have said this morning, the evidence just isn't there because there hasn't been that focus. I think also the other thing is as well, when we are talking about disability, is also that violence actually creates disability. So it's not only people living with a disability that are at higher risk of experiencing violence, but actually violence does create new forms of disability as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michelle Fitz. And it's so important to recognize the, again, ecosystem approach, that the intersections of identity and the ways in which different forms of violence that we experience, and then the effects, and having a response that encompasses those nuances, absolutely. Ahija, please do share with us your impressions and thoughts around this question.
Sure. I was listening to Bonnie and Michelle, and I think what strikes me the most is I'm just recalling how we had to shift our advocacy practices in Pakistan around gender-based violence. We had been shouting at the top of our lungs for the governments, for the policymakers to take the communities and women and girls seriously when they talk about their violence that they've been facing. That did not work. We had to shift our approach from rights-based advocacy, rights-based argument to economy-centric argument. That shift was heartbreaking because a lot of us were not ready to do that, because that meant we were undermining the rights that are constitutionally protected, that is, human rights centric, and everything that we stand for as feminists. We had to shift it and focus on how ensuring that laws are centered around protection would also benefit economy, because women and girls will also be able to use these platforms and will not be forced out of these platforms, and then that is going to sort of boost their businesses. And that worked like a charm. That argument worked, and it was really unfortunate that it worked, but it did. But now at this point, we're going through a very interesting shift again, where we are focusing our energies again towards rights-based advocacy. We realize that governments, policymakers, and especially tech businesses, they've gotten very comfortable in protecting their own interests as long as their businesses are protected at the expense of rights, because nobody was talking about rights now, because we had shifted our advocacy as well. So now we're focusing back as well. So we are working, and I think globally we're working around emphasizing how technology and platforms, social media platforms, they should not be used to generate profit for hate. They should not be benefiting from the hate. And I think at this time, it is possible because community organizing, movement building, mobilization, that worked. And that is why this shift is happening again. And I'm going to be a bit of an optimist here and say that even when we're talking about TFGBV at this point in time, that is because a lot of people on the ground, a lot of advocates in policy spaces, and a lot of activists on the streets, they have protested and demanded this right. So I think I'm one of those people who see hope in the future, even when everything looks dark and gloomy. I like to believe that there is still going to be some change, because I've seen it happen in my 10, 12 years of experience. I've seen it happening. So people who have been around for a very long time, they've seen tides shifting. So I think with mobilization, with speaking, with raising awareness around the issues that matter, around disability rights, around digital justice, around gender justice, it's really, really important that we continue to talk about it, despite the fact that there's no money right now in this space. We're struggling to support organizations and activists on the ground who we were supporting in the past, in just last year. And we're seeing organizations literally shutting down because they just don't have funding. So regardless of that, organizations like APC, we recognize that it is our responsibility, because we have a lot of influence in the space of gender and tech justice spaces. And we recognize and leverage this space to amplify the voices of people who may not be able to speak as much as we have. So I think that's where I'm.
Thank you very much, Hija. Leveraging the space to ensure that voices authentically are centered and holding on to hope. Holding on to hope. Absolutely. It's essential. It's hard enough already in the challenges that we face. And so I think it's so important, and I think it's very beautiful that you spoke to that. And of course, just knowing that with that hope, we can think creatively as you did within your organization, and finance the requirement of finding the dollar sign. Let's share the strategy. It worked very well. We can hold on to the values and still hold an awareness of the need to speak in a language that industry will respond to. I think it's very wise and smart, the strategy that was used there. And thank you for sharing it. We'll take notes on that. And Alexandra, I know you have been in many ways on a global level engaging in these points of connection. Please share with us your experience of this this discussion that we are having.
Thanks so much. I think I have the advantage of coming last and being able to build on the interventions of the other fabulous panelists. A couple of things I would just add. I think it's really, really important to understand. I think as UNFPA, we work in gender-based violence programming, a really dedicated focus on understanding or how digital disability rights advocates have played a central role in informing our current understanding of GBV and how our programs look and feel. But also increasingly with our work on TFGBV, how we understand the intersections and the movements between gender, GBV, disability, and technology. We have quite siloed areas of work. Digital rights organizations don't necessarily engage with disability advocates or gender-based violence advocates. So a lot of the work of UNFPA has been trying to create a common language between these often siloed areas of advocacy. We do that in a couple of ways. One of them is around research, so that we can use research to be able to advocate specifically for the needs of all the populations we support, including women and girls with disabilities. In North Macedonia, for example, we recently did research, and what that did was really bring to light that while the forms of TFGBV experienced by women and girls with disabilities might mirror those of women without disabilities, for example, image-based abuse or cyberstalking or online harassment, the impact is often magnified by heightened dependence on others or a limited access to protective mechanisms. There are also quite specific forms of TFGBV that are specific to women with disabilities, including the use of spyware or surveillance by caregivers, or withholding, controlling of access to assistive technologies. And lastly, we looked at, that research uncovered, a really high level of societal stigma and digital exclusion, which reinforces silencing with an increasingly digital world where people are accessing information through digital spaces. And through that, we then bring those findings, we bring the advocates who are working in the space into global fora. So recently, for example, we held the third global symposium on TFGBV, which we hold annually, and this year in partnership with APC and Global Affairs Canada. And this was part of the Commission on the Status of Women 2-day event. I think we had 1,400 attendees online and in person from 84 different countries, representing a whole wide range of stakeholders from government, civil society, academia, private sector. But we had an advisory group that led us to shaping that agenda. And one of our key partners, Women Enabled International, really served to ensure that disability inclusion was not just embedded across all of the panels in the symposium, but that we spoke to these very, very specific experiences and the need for specific solutions, which include, as some of the other panel members have raised, the need for safe and secure communications for advocates. So what does that look like? And moving from WhatsApp to Signal, so we have security in the metadata. issues like that that are very, very clear and specific for advocates were some of the primary issues raised. And as a result of that, we're adding a communications mechanism into our global response hub that we'll be launching in the next month or so. The other area of work I think that's really important to raise here in our advocacy is around what safety, security, and privacy by design looks like in technology, and how do we influence industry standards and the business case for design of technology in a way that meets the needs of all women and girls. And at the moment, I think we're still seeing that, you know, we have not-for-profit tech, which is slow to build. It has do no harm approaches and ensures that safety, security, privacy of users, or versus this sort of ideology of move fast, break things, and this kind of, you know, support from venture capitalists that, you know, that really are around profit. And I think this tension will just, you know, it is one that is really difficult for us to influence and to try and I guess just to try and influence. But there's some key reflections from me, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Creating a common language, being specific in our solutions, translating, sharing our knowledge in ways where we can experience growth and transformation in the approach that's taken on the ground. So much to action there. Thank you. We will continue in our conversation already on the way to solutions that we can action. Our next question is for you, Hija, and calls upon your experiences in your work and to think through what you would position as the most pressing human rights priorities in addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence against women and girls and gender-diverse people, particularly in the global South. And we have a 2-minute frame for this response.
I think in the interest of time, very quickly, I think there are three areas to this. First, and this is my favorite, platform accountability. I think we don't talk about it enough when we talk about TFGBV and how platforms play a role in amplifying this violence. They're profiting off of this violence, and there are interests to amplify this hate. We've seen in the global South, multiple genocides and violences on the ground have been exacerbated because platforms refuse to take actions against the violence that was being shared and promoted on their platforms. So I think the first one, and I don't know how many, and I'm sure most of you are aware of Meta's hateful conduct policy. One example of how they profit off of hate is earlier this year, precisely in January, they made a change in their hateful conduct policy where they said now it's allowed for the platform, for the users to post hateful narrative, calling somebody as, you know, using mental health or using disabilities as an attack towards people of diverse sexuality and gender, as long as you justify it by your political or religious beliefs. Initially, this kind of hate was not allowed until January 2025. This was not allowed, but now Meta is going to let this kind of abuse pass. Now, the problem is with this, they're not just going to, they're not legitimizing homophobic and transphobic hate, but also they're allowing ableist language on the platform as a marker of hate. So any identities that merge multiple markers of these identities, like if a person with disability who is also a queer person or who's also, you know, who's also from marginalized, any sort of marginalized community, they can be attacked by multitudes of kinds of violences, and this is going to be allowed. So I think, and then also I would take a moment to mention YouTube's role. It does not get enough scrutiny and calls for accountability because it's not a social media platform per se. So I think on YouTube, we've seen how hateful videos promoting disinformation and just generally violent narratives, how are they promoted, and how there's no accountability around this content. And I think that needs to be sort of mentioned, and this is one of our areas of priority when we talk about TFGBV in advocacy spaces, but then also government's role. Of course, governments play a significant role in how and in what they allow and what kind of policies they pass, and who is part of this policy making. One of Canadian Indigenous rights activists who was attending APC's events last year, they said that we're tired of going to the decision-making table. The table will have to come to us now, because it's really, really important that that decision makers, they make amends, they make arrangements to have meaningful participation of people who don't get enough, who don't get their voices heard otherwise. So I think that's very, very important. And it also connects with what Bonnie said earlier around speaking to people who go through or live through these experiences of violence in societies. And then lastly, civil society's role. I think this is very, very important. More mobilization, more momentum, more community building, more movement building. This is very important as strategies, because, as I said, I've seen it work, and I know that it is going to continue to work.
Thank you very much, Hija. So much layered there in terms of what we can do. Our response is demanding more of the platforms and identifying those experiences, negative experiences on platforms, and speaking out to ensure that there's accountability there. We have had an incredibly rich discussion, so much to navigate together, and we have a few remaining questions. We're going to tighten a little bit as we navigate them, just to ensure we get through the important learning that you have to contribute to our conversation. So the next question goes to Dr. Michelle Fitz, and if you could share with us your reflections on addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence when we center intersectionality. And what that means is just being aware of the various experiences that we have in our identities and how the work in organizations needs to respond and plan with those multiple identities in mind. And would you then like to share with us briefly, Dr. Fitz, those learnings that you have come to an awareness of the intersections of identity and how it's experienced in your organization's work?
Michelle, I think I would probably start, if I can flip the question. One of the things that we found from our work with the community was we found that there was very high rates of violence-related traumatic brain injury in the community, but there wasn't a really great awareness of this injury, how the brain has been changed in terms of the way that it functions. And so I guess there's a couple of steps. I'm just thinking from a research perspective, there's a couple of steps that need to happen before we start to kind of explore with women what impact brain injury and their experiences of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, what occurs for them. I think there's some education that needs to happen. I think that was discussed a little bit earlier about the importance of providing education to the community and women with lived experience, because often what is the case is that once you provide that education information, it starts to, there's a statement that a woman shared with us a couple of years ago. It's been like a spiritual awakening for me. And that short 8-word statement really resonated with other women with lived experience of TBI and other forms of abuse, as well as frontline services who really don't know very much about TBI either, even though they work predominantly with women who have experienced violence. So I would just say, first of all, that's really important. There's steps that need to be taken just to ensure everybody's got the same understanding of what TBI is or other forms of abuse, and also has the confidence and the language to take part in any type of research. Just going to your other part of the question then, I think exploring things around and having services that consider intersectionality and education programs are incredibly important. Some information that we have from women, for example, is their experiences of racism through social media, for example. That's one key example where women felt their security was at risk. They felt distressed. And if you have that kind of layered complexity where studies have shown when they do surveys with women who have accessed women's shelters or other family violence services, the majority of women have experienced multiple head injuries. So if you think about those symptoms that women are living with as a result of TBI, and if they're experiencing those different forms of technology facilitated gender-based violence, they can become very distressed and disorientated very quickly, and they often don't know where supports can be accessed. I think the other thing is as well is that forms of violence through technology can occur from different family members as well. It may not be a current or a former partner. It can also be other people, other family members in the community. So I think thinking about intersectionality, particularly for our work around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, the importance of thinking about gender, class, race, ableism, I think is critically important to ensure any types of services or education are tailored and reflective of women's needs.
Thank you very much for that layered exploration of all of the nuances, gender, race, class, ability, and how they inform the work that needs to be done in a much more comprehensive way. And moving to our final questions, the next is addressed to you, Alexandra. Thinking about how the UNFPA has committed to 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are global objectives for a sustainable, equitable, and peaceful future. Our question briefly now focuses on the goals related specifically to gender equality and inclusion. And how might the challenges of technology facilitated gender-based violence be more effectively addressed as we look into the development work that you're doing? How might we be able to enter into a more effective integration in the development plans and awareness of technology facilitated gender-based violence?
Thanks so much for the question. I wish I had a perfect answer. It's, you know, I agree. I think, you know, looking at TFGBV across all of the sustainable development goals is really, really important, including those ones on gender equality and inclusion, which you mentioned. But also, how do we integrate this work across health, education, industry, justice, and peace? So there, you know, we do see these intersections across all of those sustainable development goals and not limited just to one single, you know, indicator for monitoring. I think it's really important with the launch of the Pact for the Future, and in particular the Global Digital Compact, that there are really key opportunities here. And how do we work towards maintaining those intersectional approaches for the inclusion of gender and disability within these new ways of working? You know, there are working groups across all of the UN for monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of the Global Digital Compact, for example, and a key part of what UNFPA do along with other UN agencies is ensuring that that intersectionality is very well understood and integrated across all of our areas of work. And I would also add, I think that, you know, UNFPA, through some of those global programs I mentioned in the introduction, are really committed to supporting this work at all levels. So at a country level, it's not just a program work, you know, which is providing different interventions around TFGBV. It's about building the capacity of all of those stakeholders in a country. And the more you build that capacity of stakeholders, the better the systems of accountability. It means that human rights treaty body reporting is starting to reflect, you know, intersectionality as we understand as it applies to TFGBV. But also, you know, we're seeing universal periodic review processes where different member states are holding other member states to account on how they're addressing TFGBV against women and girls with disabilities, for example. I mean, I also think, yeah, looking at some of these programs around making all spaces safe, and we decide it's not just working with those stakeholders. I should also say it's about empowering women and girls with disabilities themselves, giving them the tools and the capacities to be able to advocate for their rights in both national fora, but in the global fora as well. And I think that speaks to a few different really key practical programming, well, really key practical suggestions that we've identified through our programming experience. And some of those things are around capacitating and providing that support for meaningful engagement of women and girls with disabilities, not just their representation, but obviously really central participation. Creating accessibility in digital spaces, so integrating TFGBV eradication into broader development agendas at national level. So what do national frameworks look like for technology, for data protection, for gender-based violence? So what does it look like across the full spectrum of different laws and policies at a national level? Investing in digital literacy and empowerment, cannot stress this enough. I think broader development agendas must include robust programming around digital literacy, and with a real focus on vulnerable and intersectional and populations experiencing intersecting forms of discrimination. That really is a critical component to empower people and women to advocate and navigate online spaces safely, report abuse, hold platforms to account. I think partnerships with tech companies and organizations of persons with disabilities are really important. I think these multi-stakeholder partnerships are critical in shared advocacy agendas. And I think I mentioned before, part of our work around the symposium is trying to close the gap around these various movements and specialist areas of work. Lastly, I think what we do and how we strengthen data collection and research and how we use that in advocacy spaces to influence development agendas is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Empowerment, tools, capacity, and investment, the words and the actions and the awareness that we have of what needs to happen and making sure that we mobilize that together. Which brings us to our last question. And beautifully, what you've said is just segues to this space of hope. And the question is for you, Bonnie. Question of hope, warmly inviting you to consider sources of engagement, encouragement, and energy as we continue our work for change. Promising shifts that you've noticed in what you see happening in your work with women, girls, and gender diverse persons in confronting technology-facilitated gender-based violence. What brings you hope as you think about this work in our final moment here?
Thanks. I work a lot on my hope mission. I've been doing this for a while. And again, I think we all talked about how we have to make lemonade with our lemons, and we do that very well. And I want to say a couple of things about some of the other things that we've heard from our other panelists, because I want people in this room to think about some things too, because I know Karen wants me to do that, and I was so glad to be invited. So one of the things I want to say is that women with disabilities are criminalized. We are victims and we are victimized, but we are not vulnerable. We are vulnerabilized. It's really important to stop using that kind of language and to describe us as vulnerable. We're not vulnerable. In Quebec, we use une femme en situation de handicap. To translate to English, it means a woman who's in a situation of disability. It's the environment around her. So please, if you want to empower women with disabilities, don't call us vulnerable, because we're not. We've been vulnerabilized by systems, by all kinds of things. And the criminalized one is because, of course, my colleague Michelle was talking about brain injury. And there's been a lot of important work done here in Canada. Again, I mentioned Women at the Center, and of course, lots of research, and I'm sure Michelle's connected with them. And so in the context of this idea of where we have to go next and what's hopeful, a couple of things. I think the first one is to say that this conversation we've been centering around intersectionality. is something I want to share in terms of how we've done that at Dawn Canada, because we don't talk about it, we walk it and we practice it. In 2020, when Dawn Canada was hitting our 35th year in service, we were looking around and going, well, things haven't changed. And between now and our 40th year, which is now coming up, we need change. Our 40th year and then our 45th year, 10 years from now. And in 2020 is when the SDGs were put out there with a goal of reaching them by 2030. And in 2020 is when the National Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence was rolled out. And so that's when Dawn Canada created our 10-year vision for change. Root resilience, root change, root justice is how we frame it. And the resilience piece is where we still are. Be really clear. And that word resilience, I know, comes up in lots of people's work who work on gender-based violence. So at Dawn Canada, what did we do? Well, in 2020, and I was going to say you might have seen her on the thing we provided earlier, is you can see there's a hummingbird, and she's our new logo. That is the first step in terms of Dawn Canada's move towards truth and reconciliation in a meaningful way in our own organization. And she's very beautiful, and I was going to say she was designed by an Indigenous marketing company called Design Deployment. She won an international award as the second most powerful, or she won second prize for the best redesigned logo. And I was going to say she represents a lot more than just Dawn. Anybody who knows Wangari Maathai, who was the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, knows she was known as the hummingbird. So look up Wangari and I will be a hummingbird and enjoy that. It's an important thing to watch. Intersectional practice. So what did I do next? Well, Dawn's a small organization. We're grossly underfunded. But having said that, and having been at that table at that point, and conscious of my own age and the time for me to start thinking forward about succession planning. And so what I did with the limited resources we had is I created 2 new positions at Dawn Canada, a director of Indigenous initiatives and a director of Black community initiatives. Being deliberate about what you do and who you name as your leaders and who you put at the front and who you put forward is the first step in intersectional practice. It's not about talking about it, it's about who you put at the leadership table. And from there, I mean, there's lots, and I think we have limited time, so I have to think about this in the context of the best way to leave people thinking about that is, so last night I was here in Toronto, and Karen actually joined me for the launch of the Black Disability Coalition here in Toronto. And Dawn Canada works with partners from Indigenous Disability Canada. And those partnerships have been developed over time, and because, and I don't say Dawn gets the credit, but we went out and sought those leaders and brought them to the table to make sure their voices were heard. And women with disabilities have to lead this conversation. Let's be really clear. This idea that academics or the UN or anybody else should lead this, it's women with disabilities that have to lead this. And the priority has to be given to building the leadership capacity. We have lots of capacity, we don't have the resources. Things like what Karen's doing, bringing me here and amplifying my voice and making sure all of you know that there's a really important civil society organization right here in Canada that's been doing this work for 40 years is part of it. And it's the same across the globe, because I know women. There's an organization that's a loosely knit thing called the Global Forum on the Leadership of Women with Disabilities that works with the UN, UN Women, UN DESA, and UNITAR, but we don't get any resources from them. And we're still struggling, and we still don't have a governance model. And all of these things are the things that me and all the other women with disabilities leaders struggle with off the corner of our desks. Because meanwhile, back here in Canada, we have this full-time job we do. And so I think what I would say is it's very wonderful to hear these conversations, but it's about what you do next. It's always about what you do next. And I'm not saying this is, you know, an audience of colleagues, friends, and allies. I understand that. But be deliberate. And the first thing you should do when you leave here is find a woman with a disability and support her leadership. I don't know what else to say. It's like, I don't think I answered your question.
You absolutely did.
But
It's in a beautiful way, in a very concrete way, in a very accessible way. You gave us a next step and suggested very firmly that that will affect change immediately, change in a person's life that then ripples out and improves.
We have something called the Hummingbird Feminist Disability Coalition. This is our 40th year. Dawn will be planning 40 events across the country for our 40 years. Not one big party, because there's nothing to celebrate, but celebrating women with disabilities at the community level, here and everywhere, is what people need to do. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no more to add to that very comprehensive response and actionable response as well. Our conversation has taken us to many journeys and so much layered within it. I know that there may be some burning questions from the audience, and I also share that we are at a point where those questions, it would be wonderfully appreciated if they came forward in a very I don't want to say economical, but that's the word that came to mind, which grounds our conversation, I think, as we spoke about the realities of economy. Were there any questions from the audience?
Thank you so much. It's a comment, actually, so you don't need to answer this one. Given the nature of the symposium and now this panel, and briefly mentioning the word genocide, I thought that it would be unjust for this gathering not to put on the table that the newly, addition to the definition of technology-facilitated violence against women, what's happening in Gaza. The scale, the magnitude of using technology to kill 17,000 women should not really be, not discussed. And also it should be added to every discussion and definition. The algorithms, the social media companies, the tech companies, and the governments are part of this. And I'm really very, very disappointed. I can tell you that I was in Taipei in February in a big, session. By the way, Hija, you were there? The APC one? I think Aisha was in the room with me. The whole day, APC was leading this feminist internet session with other organizations, and this issue did not come up. How long do we want to wait until we bring this issue up in the technology-facilitated violence against women? Because those women and girls who've been killed with technology, they deserve our attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding us of what we need to keep at the forefront, the lives that are at stake in this moment and grounding us in that reality. Thank you.
Can I quickly just add? I think that was also a moment for us to realize that we need to adapt to our feminist principles of the internet and start talking about how feminist internet cannot be possible if we don't talk about how technology is militarized against people on the ground, not just women, but also coming from one colleague at APC who said that bullets and bombs don't distinguish between men and women. They target everybody equally. So I think it's very, very important that we adapt to our understanding of violence and how technology is militarized in these conversations.
So many applications beyond what is right in front of you on a global scale. Did we have any remaining questions? Yes.
I think I'll follow. Oh, is this on? Yeah. I think I'll follow Dr. Sharif's lead and go with the comment rather than the question, just to save some time, but a few comments. So to introduce myself, I'm Yasmin Musa, and I am on the other side. This is where the advocacy should be going. I lead a team at Women and Gender Equality Canada in the gender-based violence branch, and my team leads on the TFGBV file. So there is a lot I am taking back today and have a lot of questions, a lot of people I want to connect with over the break and networking periods, including some of the folks online. Forgive me for those who are not from Canada, but I thought it would be useful to provide a bit of color commentary on the other side of things in the Canadian context. So the first point being, women and gender equality really our mandate is focused on, or where we're most impactful or useful is on convening and being a funder, which should go to civil society organizations more so than anyone else. I know people see the Government of Canada as one monolith, and we think of GBV, especially, for example, with the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence that Bonnie had mentioned. But there have been some challenges in the last couple of years, I would say, and me having followed the TFGBV file at Wage for 3.5 years, it's really a combination of departments that need to be involved and there's a lot of challenges. So we have the Department of Justice that's involved in the actual legislation piece that has come up. That's really important. We have, not everyone might know this, but I think a lot of people in this room might. It's actually the Department of Canadian Heritage that is involved as it relates to online safety. They introduced in 2023 the Online Harms Act. I was involved, and probably some people in this room, on the consultation or stakeholder engagement on that act. For anybody who saw the final act, which now we call it dying on the order paper after the government was prorogued and now has to be reintroduced, it ended up being quite narrow in its scope. Like the only kind of common ground that everyone was able to agree on was avoiding child sexual exploitation. If anyone here was part of the broader engagement, like introducing, TFV specific stuff, even on kind of hate speech, there was so much that the department was up against as it relates to the safety of individuals, thinking of things like mandatory takedowns. I wish I had one of my colleagues here, but versus the, for example, protection of free speech, or the rights, if you will, of these separate technology organizations. And so it was very hard for something that ended up the common ground being child sexual exploitation and not those nuances that I think we all would have liked to see. There was so much work to even get there. And so I hope now that it died on the order paper, that advocacy continues and we can get something forward for the next round, as I'm assuming something like that will be reintroduced. The last thing I wanted to focus on, and thank you so much, Hija, for mentioning about the economic argument for addressing GBV. That is something that WAGE, and I'm sure a lot of other departments, are very much coming up against. The last big study, at least in the Canadian context, was done by the Department of Justice in 2009, and it was something like $7.9 billion is the cost of GBV. We're now doing further studies, like that number needs to be updated. I'm sure it's at least doubled. I know the scope is very difficult in terms of what does a cost of GBV entail, but needless to say, it's in the billions of dollars. And I know for us, but I'm sure other departments, we're going to have to push that more. I mean, for a month and a half, WAGE didn't even have a minister. Like that's where we are. For anyone who followed the speech from the throne yesterday, or the singular mandate letter, there's not so much of a focus on women, gender equality anymore. And so I think we're going to have to expect to follow that economic argument as well. Some of that work's being done, but we already know it's in the billions of dollars. And so I just hope the advocacy continues, and I'm definitely take my part back and see what we can put forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Michelle, I just want to add something to the whole room before because I feel like you have to wrap up probably, right?
Yes, indeed.
So it's just because this is often a number that people don't know, and it's a very important number from Statistics Canada. So 30%, this is Statistics Canada, December 2023, 30% of women in Canada between 18 and 65 live with a disability. That's working age women. And what that tells you, right, is that the economic argument can be made that this whole thing, again, hinges on us using both the economic and the human rights argument, because they're both important. They're both important to women with disabilities, to be clear. So I just wanted to make sure people in the room understand that. And again, when you layer in that intersectional lens, for women who are Indigenous or Black, it's 35 to 40%. And we don't see that focus in those spaces. That lens isn't being added around disability when it needs to. So I just wanted to make sure everybody in this room knows that number.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
we have some questions online, so I will read those as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bonnie, for reminding us of the reality that we have human potential, human capacity that is
women in this country, and there's just
not being engaged. We actually can't afford to continue on in this way. And we have one online question as well.
So we have a guest from South Africa. I think it's Ntombekaya, the name. And the question is, have you encountered resistance from families or caregivers that prevents people with disabilities from participating in your community level work? If so, how do you address these challenges to ensure their voices are included and heard in your programs?
Thank you for that question. I know that we have quite a few different ways of approaching it with the experience on our panel. I would like to ask you, Michelle, if there are thoughts that come to mind in response to that question, just given your connection to communities in very particular ways.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The project that we've just finished, actually, the methodology changed quite a lot based on a lot of the feedback that we've received from the community throughout the life of the project. So based on feedback that we had received from women with lived experience, elders, community members, staff around the best ways to recruit women. So one example is, rather than recruiting from the hospital, which is often a high risk time, and there's a lot of other things that are going on for women at that particular time, we followed the advice that we received and were promoting the project through community-based services. We also were running women's groups, or connecting with women's groups, and running a range of workshops, or running like weaving sessions, and within that being able to provide education about TBI, or running yarning sessions. And that was a way of connecting with women who wanted to participate, to let them know about the project. So in ways that was in safe ways that they were able to participate. Those are just some examples of ways that, yeah, women were able to participate, considering the complexity of both TBI, but also family violence as well.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And again, bringing us to that awareness of the intersections of experiences and how it plays out for families and for women at the intersections themselves. So many points to consider, and conversation that will continue, and action that is already in motion. And an awareness of the work that we do together here, and bringing it beyond the space and bringing others into the circle of this very important movement. And we've learned together from all of the expertise and lived experience on our panel that you've been so generous to share with us, that this critical reminder of our conversation, that the movement for digital justice is inseparable from the movement for disability justice. And perhaps that is the note that we can land on together, and center ourselves in that as we call into action, change, and hold accountable these systems that need to be in service to our communities in a much more comprehensive way. So I thank our entire panel. If we could give a warm round of applause. Thank you for your time, your generosity, your expertise, and the work that you do in challenging conditions, which isn't often recognized in these particular ways. We thank you for inspiring us to continue. And thank you to everyone on the CERC team for health equity and community well-being for creating the space for us to come together, and those behind the scenes as well, who you might not necessarily see up in the spotlight, but who made today an absolute success. Let's give a round of applause as well. And thank you. That concludes this session, but it does not conclude our conversation. They will continue.
Thank you, and thank you for the rich conversation so far. Lunch is being served now at the back of the room, and we invite you all to enjoy some food, take a break. Remember, we do have the held space down the hallway if you do need to decompress, and connect with others. Please plan to return by 2 p.m. when we will start our next panel. Thank you.
As our world becomes more connected, technology brings incredible opportunities, but it also opens new doors to harm. Today, we are gathering to explore one of the most urgent challenges of our digital age, which is technology-facilitated gender-based violence, or TFGBV. TFGBV refers to the acts of online harassment, cyberstalking, non-consensual image sharing, deepfake exploitation, and other forms of abuse which are facilitated by or exacerbated by digital technology. And importantly, these harms are not distributed equally. In Canada, 17% of people aged 15 to 29 reported experiencing unwanted online behaviors between 2009 and 2014, making it about 1.1 million people experiencing violence. In just 1 year, in 2018, 18% of women and 14% of men reported experiencing technology-facilitated violence. Due to the binary gender assignment of that survey, the number of gender-diverse people, including but not limited to trans, non-binary, and two-spirit individuals experiencing this violence is unclear. Women and gender-diverse people living at the intersections of other commonly, structurally, and systemically marginalized identities, such as 2S LGBTQIA communities, low socioeconomic status, racial and ethnic minorities, culturally and linguistically diverse communities, experience tech-facilitated violence more intensely. This is in large part due to the effect of these factors on digital literacy, meaning the competencies to understand and use digital technology safely and effectively. This issue stretches far beyond Canada's borders. Globally, a UN Women's study found that 85% of women have witnessed or personally experienced digital violence. The World Wide Web Foundation reports that women are 27 times more likely than men to face harassment online. In a 2021 survey across 31 countries, nearly 40% of women said they feel unsafe online, and 1 in 5 reduced their social media use because of abuse. Again, intersectional identity significantly impacts the experiences of TFGBV. For example, gender-diverse people often experience intersecting abuse not only on gender but also race, disability, or class. And people with disabilities face heightened risks, with disabled women almost twice as likely as non-disabled women to be targeted with image-based sexual abuse. Even though the numbers of people experiencing violence are significant, many people who have lived through TFGBV will never report the abuse they face. Fear of disbelief, inaccessible reporting systems, stigma, fear of being restricted from using technology, and the frustrating lack of accountability from many technology and social media platforms all create serious barriers. Moreover, TFGBV significantly impacts health and well-being. Persons who experience violence online often experience negative mental and physical outcomes from technology-facilitated abuse, including the feeling of severe social isolation and anxiety around using technology. For example, online friendships and communities, which may once have been considered a person's safe space and a meaningful source of wellness and belonging, begin to represent danger and become a source of fear. In addition, TFGBV can enhance existing structural, systemic, or societal marginalization by increasing barriers to accessing or participating in education, employment, healthcare, and community. Digital anonymity allows perpetrators to harass, stalk, and threaten without consequence. Algorithms often prioritize sensational, polarizing, and sometimes harmful content. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence have enabled new abuses, deepfakes, sextortion scams, and AI-generated harassment. But on the other hand, technology also holds incredible power to defend against violence. Technology is not neutral. It reflects the values we build into it. And we have the power to make those values one of safety, inclusion, and justice. So how do we move forward? Addressing TFGBV demands a bold intersectional response. This is why we have gathered together today, to learn, educate, and collaborate on solutions and systems that support the wellness and safety of all people in an online world. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity. At the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Health Equity and Community Wellbeing, we are committed to advancing inclusive, ethical, and transformative technologies. Here at CERC, we are developing AI technologies to detect sexual violence against women with disabilities, a population often marginalized in both research and response efforts. We ask, can we mobilize AI technologies to prevent and protect against technology-facilitated violence? And if so, to what extent? Our research is guided by clear and actionable goals: understanding the patterns of sexual violence and harassment, conducting a comprehensive literature survey, creating a dataset tailored for responsible AI training, developing and evaluating AI models for prevention, moderation, and estimation, and understanding the ethical and practical challenges of applying AI to this sensitive task. AI offers multiple pathways to identify and address sexual harassment. Natural language processing, or NLP, can analyze speech and text for signs of harm. These systems flag potentially harmful language and distinguish it from benign content. Workplace and platform monitoring tools help analyze behavior over time. Machine learning models can detect anomalies in communication patterns, such as sudden shifts in tone, frequency, or content. AI can help reduce the stigma associated with reporting. Many survivors hesitate to come forward, fearing disbelief or retaliation. By offering private, automated, and supportive systems, AI can create safer reporting pathways. AI also enhances the efficiency of investigations. With overwhelming caseloads, HR departments benefit from systems that sift through data, identify patterns, and highlight potential witnesses. AI can also inform training and awareness programs by analyzing incident data to shape relevant, targeted prevention efforts. An effective AI program can empower disabled women by providing accessible reporting tools, fostering an environment where victims feel safer coming forward. Organizations can develop more effective policies and training programs tailored to the specific needs identified by the AI's insights. The ability to analyze patterns will yield valuable data for advocacy groups and policymakers, enhancing the societal understanding of sexual violence dynamics. The focus on accessibility in AI design will lead to technology that not only serves disabled women, but also enhances user experiences for all. There is a risk of misclassifying benign interactions as harassment, which could lead to unnecessary distress for users. If the training data lacks diversity, the AI may perpetuate existing biases, failing to accurately recognize harassment in the context of disabled women. Handling sensitive data requires stringent policy protections to safeguard user information. The deployment of AI in sensitive areas raises ethical questions regarding consent and the potential for surveillance. Our AI model design begins with data, both its collection and its architecture. Our project is disciplinary by design, bridging technology, disability studies, ethics, and lived experience. Our research brings novel contributions to the field of AI and gender-based violence detection. It's a question we all must ask, and it's a conversation we must start. With community at the center, AI can become a tool not of surveillance, but of safety, support, and solidarity.
Please join me in welcoming our moderator. Where is Diksha? Diksha Chandola, a PhD candidate in computer science at York University and a student researcher at the CERC in health equity and community well-being, specializing in machine learning and data science. She has a strong research background in deep learning and graph-based approaches. Her current work focuses on utilizing and exploring non-text LLMs, large language models, for complex tasks and reasoning. Diksha has worked and developed models for emotion recognition and human-robot interaction, and her work has been recognized through several awards and publications in prestigious conferences like ICASSP. She has experience working in interdisciplinary research and collaborative projects. Welcome, Diksha.
Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this event. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I welcome you all to today's third panel discussion on AI, tech-facilitated violence, and social justice. So as Dharandeep already mentioned, my name is Diksha Chandola, and I'll be the moderator for this conversation. So as we deep dive into today's dialogue, we are bringing together an incredible group of experts who are all working at the intersection of technology, equity, and justice. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Inas Taranava. Dr. Inas is a Dr. Inas is a postdoctoral fellow at Toronto Metropolitan University's CERC in health equity and community well-being, researching AI to detect technology-facilitated violence. She holds a PhD from York University, where she specialized in emotion-aware AI using machine learning. Her interdisciplinary work spans AI, psychology, and social impact, and she has taught at several Canadian universities. Inas also is a recipient of multiple prestigious awards, including the CERC Postdoctoral Fellowship. Welcome, Inas. And now I want to welcome Dr. Glosia Mello. Dr. Glosia is an assistant professor of computer science at Toronto Metropolitan University. Her research focuses on software engineering and human AI interaction, emphasizing fairness, transparency, and social impact. She holds a PhD from the University of Waterloo and leads projects on AI for software development and social good. She's also passionate about mentorship and inclusive technology. Welcome, Dr. Glosia. So I just wanted to give a brief introduction about today's conversation. So today's conversation of this panel will center on how technology, particularly AI, can both perpetuate and challenge the existing forms of social harm. We will explore through the conversation what meaningful accountability, inclusive design, and equitable AI development could look like. So to begin, let's ground ourselves in some of shared understanding and start with some foundational questions. So this is like an open question. So my first question is, what do we mean by tech-facilitated violence, and how do its manifestations reflect existing social hierarchies and systematic inequalities? So Dr. Glosia, would you like to start with that?
Sure. Thank you. Very happy to be here. A little bit worried to know how I follow the other two panels. I think that's going to be a really hard job for us, but we're here, so bear with us. Well, I think we've talked a bunch, right, up to now, what we mean by tech-facilitated violence. Again, the harmful acts, right, that are carried out through digital means, right, harassment, abuse, cyberstalking, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, right, is another example. And well, from the point of view of technology, right, while technology is the medium, right, I think we've talked about that today as well, but the violence is rooted, right, in power imbalance when we're talking about, right, the effect in women and the social structures, right? So it mirrors or amplify, right, offline forms of gender-based violence.
Do you want to add on that?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on tech facilitated violence, but I am an expert on AI and how AI can, allow for this to manifest in many different ways. So one of the things that I do want to add is that now AI has moved from, pattern recognition on biased data sets that have all of the biases from, our original society. And it's moved now to becoming even autonomous in its target. So from creating AI that is specialized, that is used in companies, we move now to autonomous AI systems that can move on its own based on these biases. And so you could imagine how can you detect these autonomous AIs that are targeting these vulnerable people without even any supervision or anyone in the background that is guiding it through that. So here, tech-facilitated violence has become even more of a problem through the autonomous tech-facilitated violence. So our role here at CERC and being part of an interdisciplinary study that wants to work with machine learning, AI, as co-designers, is to actually try to target these issues and create that interdisciplinary conversation that allows us to try to mitigate some of these problems. And so that's our role here. Thank you.
Thank you for the great insights. But I just want to build on that, that as you all mentioned, that how AI can be harmful in some of the ways. So let's talk about how does AI actually amplify the harm differently depending on race, gender identity, disability, or socioeconomic status, and basically what are the structural factors that enables this? So yeah.
Yeah, so building on what Ina said, we came from automated systems, right, that were merely automating repetitive tasks to, well, AI, right, with machine learning, then to generative AI systems, which are, I like to call them the grammar, the tools that correct your grammar on steroids, because all they do is recognize, right, the patterns in the text that they were trained on and give a probability of, okay, so what's the word, right, that's the most probable to come after this. And then it shows that to you, right? So they are text generators, right? And then we have to worry about the data that they were trained on, right? Because everything is about the patterns that they're built on. So, and of course, now we're moving to the autonomous systems, to agents, right? And I feel like the next step, we're going to be talking about how we implement all of that in quantum computers. And anyways, but that's another talk for maybe 2 years from now. But the problem, right, comes from, again, when we are, right, well, there's the structure, right, of marginalized groups, such as women, right, other minorities and individuals with disabilities that are disproportionately targeted because of how, or the source of data that these systems are trained on. And the problem, right, which is a fantastic problem with how realistic these generative AI tools are, is because they are, right, again, very realistic. They can create very realistic content, invasive synthetic content, for example. So deepfake pornography, right, is one example, defamatory images. So that is often weaponized, right, against these marginalized groups of people. And the training, right, on top of these biased data sets reinforce, right, how harmful these problems are, right, and with the exclusions and everything. Yeah, and as we scale the automation, right, the problem scales with it. So we're bringing structural factors, right, to scale. Yeah, do you want to go on?
You want to add something on that?
So as Glacia discussed, we talked about biased databases, or data sets, but I just want to let you know how big of a problem it is that now every AI, every application,
every company that is using technology or AI is relying on these data sets for every type of an application that they are using. So for example, if you want to do facial recognition, if you want to do disruptive recognition through cameras, if you want to detect harm on text, if you want to see who's committing fraud and who's not committing fraud. So every aspect of our life now is being automated through AI. And every one of these AI is being trained through these data sets. And these data sets are all biased. And they all have the biases, and they are not being curated by professionals. There is no, well, there is co-design, but it doesn't rise up to a point where we saw here in our discussion about the nuances, about the specific cases, about how we can make it more inclusive for every person. So moving from human-centered to equity-centered, right, is a big discussion. Now, the problem relies on that AI requires a lot of resources. It requires money, funding, engineers, groups and teams that are large enough to create a functional working AI. That when you say in research and universities, they do not have those resources, as do profit-making organizations who have a lot of funding, a lot of money. They're making money out of this, right? And so when you compare our efforts to theirs, it is very difficult to compare. So all of these things, when we talk about how AI requires a lot of funding and a lot of advocacy from us, there's a disconnect between our ability to create this AI and our ability to realize it into applications that are actually in use, because the functionality developed by big corporations trumps, you know, our small startup AI that is trying to make a difference. So we are trying to be part of, at CERC, through our interdisciplinary project and through allowing AI engineers to work together and build a conversation, build a collaboration, a bigger group. So we started from CERC, we reached out to Glossia as well at TMU, and now we're also reaching out elsewhere to other engineers in other universities to build a coalition, a collaboration that is able to possibly be part of a conversation. So how can we be part of the conversation? We start from the root cause, which is the data sets. So we are trying to, you know, include equity within the creation of the data sets that are used in the research that are then being realized into applications that are being used in the world. Other than that, when we talk about even ourselves, when we are developing as responsible researchers, so I worked on an interdisciplinary project prior to this that wanted to see how we can incorporate race and you know, neutral gender into the creation of our robot. And we studied the people's responses through a human study. So we showed them a number of avatars that were supposed to be the face of the robot, right? And we asked people what they thought about these races being part of these tasks being done by these robots, or this neutral avatar doing these tasks. And we found that the engineers that were with us, they wanted to use the one that was best suited by our population that we surveyed. And they saw that the woman was not serious. The woman avatar was not serious enough. The neutral base should not be on the front desk. So if we are trying to do human-centered study and taking the guidelines from a human-centered study that already has biases within those results, even as responsible researchers, we found that we cannot take that. So how do we change the narrative, right? Where do we start from? We need expert and co-design and engaging the communities that are you know, vulnerable and do not have a say. So it is part of a co-design that includes community, that also talks about the inherent biases that we have, and show them in publications, and then advocate for the change in the AI as well as responsible researchers.
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to build on what you said at the beginning in an example. I'm originally from Brazil, and recently in the news, I saw that the government of Brazil has purchased software for facial recognition from a company in China. And instantly I wondered, well, in Brazil, most of the population are Black and indigenous, right? So how do we buy a software from China, right, for facial recognition? I wonder. But anyways, that was trained on Chinese data, right, to be clear. So the software inherently comes with biases. So I wonder, right, what long-term effects that's going to have on what it's used for.
No, I totally agree with that, because working in this space, I also felt that the main challenge is to find a good data set, because the misinformation in the data set can be easily amplified by the AI, and then the consequences, like it can be just target to one community or one group kind of things happen. So thank you for that answer. So moving on, but the next question I want to understand from your point of view, both of you work in this space. So what do you think is, is there any kind of blind spots that exist in our current understanding of the intersection between technology, law, and social harm?
Well, definitely. To start, I would say that we are more and more understanding, but there is still that gap in the understanding that technology and society are deeply interconnected, right? And more so. I think maybe I'm biased because I have this computer science, right, degree and background, but I can see how digital tools, right? And I was even reflecting about this. Let me finish my sentence. How digital tools shape our society, right? And shape our behaviors, social media, right? More, etc. But I was thinking back to the 19th century, right? And in the Industrial Revolution. And if we can call the technology, right? So yeah, so technology has been shaping our society, right? And so this connection, right, has to be very much in our minds, right? We cannot have a blindness to this, right? That there's a gap between the social and technological, right, connection. Also, the inclusion of ethics, right? Because it's very convenient, right, to these profit-driven companies to just, right, oh, let's create this first and then we think about, right, ethics and how we can moderate content or employ these like rail guarding frameworks. But often, right, the first deployment, right, and rolling out of these technologies, they don't come necessarily, right, with the thought of ethics. They come with the thought of profit. What else? I have on my list here a cultural oversight, right? Most data comes from Western, right, or Western dominant norms. So when you want to use that in, right, a different kind of culture, you also perpetuate some sort of cultural biases. The speed on which law, right, follows up with what's happening is definitely not ideal. That's, I think, another, to your question, right, on the blind spots, right? So that is another one. Do you want to continue?
Do you want to add?
So I think that the blind spot, other than what Glacia has just spoke about, is that when we as engineers talk to others, there is a disconnect between what can be realized and what the limitations of the AI are. So a lot of the times when we're talking to partners who want solutions, they fantasize about a big solution from the AI for any type of a problem. And so there is that disconnect when we know that our AI does have limitations and it cannot reach, whatever they're dreaming about. So the mindset that the AI is a fix for a problem, it actually is not true. And so what we really need to see is how can we include AI in a conversation where we are actually creating policies and regulations and guidelines, and we can use machine learning and AI to study
the patterns and make recommendations based on those patterns. Another blind spot that is there is that the co-design should create a very transparent a conversation about what can be done, what should be done, and how can it be done. And it shouldn't be going into one direction as a pipeline as suggested. It should be more of an iterative method where we co-design together the questions, we see how the AI is working, what type of patterns exist that it can detect, how can we fix it, right? And then after deployment, we can see it from a equity-centered perspective, because we want to focus on equity, not just the human, because there's many different perspectives that we can get, and we want to get every perspective. So that is a blind spot there now. We talk a lot now in AI about human-centered, but not equity-centered. And another blind spot that we have is that we in the disability and social justice have not rised up to other collaborative movements that allow for more national discussion, a global discussion that includes AI with disability and health equity as well.
Exactly, and something that we didn't mention, but we see, right, we have data that these tech solutions, they fail to consider, right, the needs of vulnerable groups. So the protections, right, the features, the solutions for example, people with disabilities, right, they're either too narrow, they're just too generic, right, to be effective because they haven't been included in the design whatsoever. So that's another gap.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to also include on that one, because for AI, it really relies on a large data set of a specific pattern to be able to detect it.
Yeah.
So when we talk about very specific problems with not a lot of data, the AI cannot pick up. So the blind spot as well there is how can we, using rule-based contextualized modeling, increase the understanding of the AI towards these specific cases. So now, yeah, as an engineer who wants to, for example, in research, you want to publish fast, you'll take a data set that has a large number of instances, produce a publication because you want to advance in your career. So to have the social responsibility to put your own advancement on hold is something difficult. So what we really need to do is derive methodologies for contextual modeling and advocate for the use of it in these specific cases in addition to AI. And maybe there's a gap between machine learning, which relies on large data sets, and contextual modeling in human-centered studies. And you remember when we said we wanted to do that collaboration between creating some sort of a bridge between the machine learning and the human-centered, the human-computer interaction.
Yes, which is one of our challenges, is the lack of specific data, right? So it's one of the focuses of our research that we're doing together, is to actually co-create data focused on experiences, right? Because it's one of the gaps that we see in the literature and in research is the lack of data for the specific case that we want to work with or to work on, which is women and tech-facilitated violence against women and girls with disabilities. Most of the data that we find when we search for violence is sexual violence, right? It's not classified, also not classified as the impacts or the nuances of the experiences of women with disabilities.
Yeah, exactly. I think with this data set issue, like we recently experienced with our work as well, right? The classes that we were classifying, we trained our model, but we were classifying the instances. We didn't know exactly what's the clear definition of a particular class of sexual violence, and we were not able to justify our results because of it. Like if we're getting a good accuracy or not, like that's the whole issue, is the data I'm finding, especially in this space.
And I think that why our collaboration here at CERC is very important is because we require a specific modeling of our data through, for example, what is the intersection? Who can be, which group is more vulnerable to this type of sexual harassment? right? So we don't understand all of these nuances. And so to be able to say that this is the type of survey that we need, this is how we need to reorganize this information and this data so that it can be useful in the AI is important. And that can only happen when you're in the same room and you're discussing, today I couldn't extract, ogling, staring from commenting because I don't know which group is more vulnerable to this. How can I add more context to my AI model that requires it in order to be able to differentiate that specific case and so that it can be flagged better with more accuracy, right? So having this, directing the research from many different angles. I tell you my research, and then you can redirect your survey and your understanding based on how I would require that organization of information.
Because what we've seen is that there's no one size fits all, right, for this kind of problem.
Okay, thanks for the detailed discussion. So moving on, I have a direct question for you, Dr. Inas. So as you have an interdisciplinary research background, so from your experience, please let me know that how can we design a research process that meaningfully include those with lived experience of technological facilitated violence, especially from structurally excluded groups as co-creators, but not just as data sources?
I think I went ahead of myself and said everything that
I think now the next
I have something else to say. So what we want to do actually is we want to shift from the shallow pattern recognition that relies on common understanding to more relational research models with an organization of the data that allows for that relational understanding. I am going to be a little bit technical here. So when we talk about relational understanding, we talk about, for example, graphs, right? Relating information to another, linkages between them. So this is one of the important things that I am working on right now as well with Glacia, is something called knowledge graphs, where we want to introduce that on top of these large language models, AI models, in order to allow for that type of AI creation. So the problem with AI and why we cannot go ahead is that now we are not training from scratch. If you go to ChatGPT, these are pre-trained models. And so how can I remove the biases that are already there? Or how can I work around them, right? So that's our problem. And then if we wanted to actually train a model from scratch, it will take us a lot of resources and forever, right? So one of the things that we are doing right now is actually moving from using these as extractive methods and, saying, okay, wonderful, they're working great. No, we can put a layer on top that allows us to extract from this prior knowledge what we want, understand the limitations in it, understand the biases, dissect those biases, which is exactly what we were using. So we used DeepSeek for one of the models, and it was able to exceed through the inclusion of something that we call RAG. RAG is a specialized augmentation of the prompt on top of the model that allowed us to extract exactly what we wanted from the prior knowledge through what we call reasoning, or COT, which is what is it? Chain of thought. Yeah. So we add the chain of thought to the prompt to tell the AI how it's supposed to think. So by adding instruct, by adding reasoning, by adding chain of thought, we are able to extract from the prior knowledge what we want. And we tell the AI, this is wrong, through the data augmentation and through the reasoning. We also want to embed, obviously, we're doing it, right? But not everyone does it. So when we are trying to publish our papers or doing our blogs, we are talking about this process, and we are talking about why we are suggesting this process, right? From an ethical point of view, including that into the methodology. So on a number of different levels, we are creating the AI, but also creating a methodology of co-design, creating a methodology of ethics, providing guidelines through our work in order to allow for such an AI creation.
Yeah, makes sense. I'll just ask one question to Professor Glossia. So as we talked about like the data, the biases present in the data. So I think the appropriate question would be the next stage, what we do in AI is what would an AI development pipeline should look like if it prioritizes healing, safety, and structural equity from start to finish?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a detailed question.
Okay, yeah, that is okay. We need to start right with transparency, like especially if we're talking about these black box models, like we need to understand how they are generating our answers, right? And then take it from there. Co-design for sure. Understand from right the population that we are trying to serve, right, or to help, to aid, to research, to work with. What are their actual needs that should be embedded and nuances, right, that should be embedded throughout our work. And there's the output, right? I'm thinking input, processing, and output. And the output, I think it goes beyond a little bit beyond the technical part, but using this knowledge that we have, right, to partner also with who is taking care of these people that suffered from any kind of right tech facilitated violence. So hospitals, right, who social workers and the law, right, and informing, right, at least for example for the law, the speed that they would need to pivot, right? That's one example. But I think there's this whole pipeline that doesn't only right depend on the tech itself. I think Ines talked a bunch about the tech, a lot to me about that, and what I want to focus my research on is on the transparency of these decisions, right? Explainability of these decisions because of these black box, right? Stochastic nature of these models. But beyond that, right? Co-design, right? So modeling that input, those nuances, and supporting at the output as well, again, with partnerships with the health, right? Healthcare workforce and, well, whoever is responsible for policies and law.
You want to add something?
Yeah, just one thing. So when Eunice was talking about the needs and the survivor, to be survivor-led, so I think that's where we should start. Because already it is a very specific problem. And so we should always start our studies of any type of, pattern recognition, pattern extraction through what do we want to extract? Why do we want to extract that? And is it really beneficial? And how can it be beneficial? And so actually I put this point after I heard her talking about that. And so really it should start from a needs-based analysis and surveying what is the actual need so that it can have an actual impact. Yeah.
Exactly. Something that I missed too is about the how iterative, right? It should be. This process shouldn't be start and finish. Of course not. It should be iterative.
Evolving, yeah,
Exactly.
iterative, yeah. So I think we have discussed so far the challenges we come across working in this space and everything, but to just wrap up and have some good like insights at the end. My last and a very important question that I want to ask both of you is, given the harms and the challenges we have discussed so far, what keeps you grounded in hope that AI can support, not undermine dignity, inclusion, and justice?
Yeah,
Professor
well,
Glossia, want to start?
I do. Every time I talk about AI, although I work with AI constantly, teach, right, AI as well, how to work, how to develop new solutions using it. It's the hope that we're talking about it, right? Like my hope is that we are talking about it, we are finding solutions, right? I've never before working with Ines, with Karen, I've never heard of co-design before, for example, right? So to me, that is hope, right? Imagine I was working with software developers. I was already working on a more humane side of technology, right? Oh, how software developers, create software. But still, I had implemented HCI, right, human computer interactions methodology before, but I've never heard of co-design. So I think that's where part of my hope lies. This kinds, right, of conversation, for sure. I learned so much today, so much. And our commitment, right, to continue learning, right, as well, and doing the work that we're doing, right, crawling, right, starting from baby steps first, but with great ambition, responsibility, right, trying to mitigate, right, the inclusion of underrepresented, right, groups already in our right work, watching our language, right, and learning. Yeah, to succeed, right? I was gonna say to try to succeed, but no, to succeed.
That's a great point. You want to add something on that?
So actually, Dr. Rod said something very important today in our discussion. And he said, I don't want to focus on the words. I want to focus on the concept. And I want to focus on what happens in the ground, the overall meaning. And that, stuck with me because we do care a lot about the words and play around with the words. But I think collectively, how can we all come together is through a greater good. And so I think that there is a lot of hope. For example, through this collaboration, through this event that we are having, it's creating that connection between all of these different groups that think differently, that use different words, but we all collectively want to achieve the same outcome. So there is definitely hope. And as well, we can see now that almost in every university, there is a lab called AI for Good. There's just AI for Wisdom. So you find it everywhere, right? But what I think may be more hopeful is if we were able to, move this into more of a national or global direction where we are included in possibly bigger events. And we're trying to do this through our work, maybe, focus on advocacy towards change through publications and guidelines and creating databases or data sets or models that actually have an impact where it can also become part of a bigger conversation. And yeah, that's it. There's hope.
Yeah, basically, it's like we have to keep pushing, generating these systems that are innovative, but definitely that should include justice and community wisdom in them. So I think that's our last question. So thank you, our brilliant panelists, for sharing your insights, and to all the audience for your engagement and curiosity. Lastly, I just want to say that today's conversation reminds us that the way we build technology and who we build it for matters deeply. So that's our last thought. Now I want to open the panel for questions or comments from our audience and online viewers.
I have a question. It's if you have a recommendation or, yeah, I'm because you have been talking about the pipeline and looking at the data side of things, but I'm thinking about what sustains AI. So looking into the infrastructure side of things, so the computing power that allows AI, especially LLMs or other types of models. And honestly, I have been looking more at like local impact, but not really to technology, feminist type of violence. So thinking it from the infrastructure side of things, if this is something that you have been looking at in terms of how infrastructure facilitates feminist violence. So anyhow, this is something that you have been looking at as like the computing power that allows, especially LLMs or other type of AI, or if this is something that you have been discussing with colleagues in other spaces. So anyhow, if you had any recommendations or reflections around that.
I don't know how to respond to how infrastructure influences or enables that. I could talk about that from the point of view of sustainable AI, right? Which, yes, so it is a big problem, right? These companies that the big players, right, of AI, they've been doing many millions of dollars of investments lately. The cooling, right, for the system is water, right? So, and in order for water not to be, not to change its temperature too much, right, and not to heat too much, they have to put some chemical compounds in the water that go back. So anyways, it's a whole, right, other kind of problem, another cycle. But honestly, I haven't studied or I haven't seen how the infrastructure itself, and I'm talking like computing, right, infrastructure, I'm thinking computing infrastructure influences this problem.
So it is a big problem, but not as big of a problem as maybe we can find the resources, the computing resources to do our studies. The problem is not with the resources, the problem is with the data. Yeah, so collecting data requires a lot of effort, a lot of funding, partnerships. As for, the profit-making infrastructure and its effect on, definitely it's there. And I think we're still playing a mitigating role instead of playing an active role in elimination because that's not possible because profit-making is always going to be there. But through smart AI creation technology on top of these as a foundation layer for where we teach an AI that those biases exist and we can remove them, we do have the computation power. We have, Canada, Research Canada Alliance, they fund a lot of our computing. And so we do have computing power. We have skill set. We are searching for better talent, more talent that is able to, produce fast what we want because it's the infrastructure in the profit making is very fast. They produce very fast and we're catch up, a catch-up role, trying to fix what's happening. But I think that what we want to do is start a conversation because, as Dr. Raed said, that sometimes when you rely on influencing profit-making companies or even policy change, it's very difficult. So I think we are focusing on advocation, awareness, collaboration from like-minded people, being part of the conversation. I know I've worked in NLP for a very long time, and I haven't heard about disability studies in the way that I heard about it here. So there's a huge disconnect. And so the first thing that I wanted to do, which I still haven't been able to do, is to create a really great data set that can be a part of a chain of research that happens in NLP. So NLP AI, for example, is the linguistic AI, right? It's the base for ChatGPT, for all of these large language models that people are using right now. And a lot of the research that happens there is through these big companies because of their resources. So if I am part of the conversation and I am able to create this beautiful data set I don't know when it's going to be realized. Eventually, I want to realize it. But when it is realized, then it creates that chain of publications, and we are there, and we are advocating, and we are, part of the conversation. I think that's what we can do right now, and we can dream big, of course. We can advocate for, and Karen is good at this, by the way, at CERC. She is really good at these advocations and guidelines and policy changing. But from a researcher role, I think that's what we can do, and we can hope for more. Thank you for your question.
I also thought of something else, if I may continue. Do we have time? There's a topic that I bring to therapy, which is I work with AI. I know that there's a problem, right, with resources consumption. So I am part of the problem, right? So I'm a hypocrite. I think that's one thing that I wanted to say, that I acknowledge that, But the second thing is, the biggest part, I would say, I think the biggest part of this computation and what we're using right now of these resources with generative AI is because of how fast the response needs to be generated. Okay, so this is what causes this whole, like the amount of resources to answer one question that we ask ChatGPT is insane. And for that question, right, for the answer to be generated you fast enough. So that's why, for example, even in their models, their business model, if you submit a job to their platform and say, oh, I want this only, they say, oh, there's this batch mode that I can give you the answer in 24 hours and it costs half of the price, right, if you're paying to access, right? So a lot of that, right, that computation is for the generation, right, for the quick generation of the answer. In our research, right, I think eventually we're going to be training, right, our own models. But again, I cannot foresee right now a dramatic change or a reality where we need this sort of, right, instant answer, right? Maybe in the future if we're developing some sort of tool, but right now for research, right, it's a little bit more tamed. We're not doing that much damage.
So a disclaimer before the comment, so I'm clear. I am very optimistic about technology in general and society. I wouldn't have been able to survive close to 25 years in this field if I wasn't optimistic, because more often than not, technology let me down many times. But I remain optimistic about the future of AI and technology, but I still love emotional intelligence more than AI. So, but this is now to the probably what will become unpopular opinion, okay? So we're concerned about, vulnerabilities and challenges that affect people who are usually at the lowest level of the pyramid. And a lot of those issues are even, more serious in the global south. Yet, if we don't break away nicely and far away from the dominance from the global north about what could be done and how it could be done, if we don't own it, I believe, and I promise you, we'll come back after 10 years and we will be talking about AI 10 years back, that we did not really reach milestones about the local ownership. I'm sorry, but I can't be fooled by all those names about AI for good and this and that and the standards. I studied most of them. They're written in Paris and Brussels and Brussels and Toronto and New York. The same thing 20 years ago, ICT4D, it was written in Geneva and other places. And honestly, I'm very concerned. If we're working on those global majority issues, then it has to be owned by the global majority researchers and practitioners. And again, I am guilty of that hypocrisy. I live in the global north. I've been living here for 20 years. But really, we need to raise our voice more and more. I know that there are many great initiatives. I know that. Are they enough? Absolutely not. Are we giving really the driver's seat to people who are living in those issues, within those issues? Absolutely not. Our funding mechanism, the whole governance of this technology is geared towards certain people. Let's face it, right? And if we don't really say it every time we have the opportunity, again, we'll come 10 years if still alive and we'll have the same conversation and it will be another technology. It will be like the microchips in our brains completely destroying our life, right? It will be still done in California, other places, decided for the majority of the world by a group of people who don't represent 1% of the world. Sorry.
Well, absolutely. I have no comments. Absolutely.
My comment actually, it builds and is in relationship with all of the very relevant points you've just shared. There's so many possibilities we know with AI, but then that pitfall of the algorithmic bias and the fact that the data sets have already been embedded. There was something, Eunice, that you said that really excited me. You mentioned the chain of thought and the ways in which you are looking to use that as a strategy creatively to work around these biases and the algorithmic results that are questionable. I'm wondering a little bit more about what that looks like, and if there's some way, clearly in your research, there's a very specific way that you're using that process. Could that be built out so that it might address some of these embedded challenges in the systems beyond just with the specialized group of researchers? I'm wondering about the possibilities for what you've just discussed, which to me sounds exciting, because otherwise it's almost fatalistic, like it's already there and we can't fix it.
No, chain of thought is one way of doing prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is a field of research, and there's a lot of researchers that are using it. It's not just chain of thought, it's also I don't want to use technical terms, but there's lots of technical terms like augmenting the context, adding more context. Okay, I'll drop a couple of few shot. So there's like few shot prompting, which means that instead of just prompting once, you're prompting several times through a way that would allow the LLM to reason differently. And so I actually have a lot of experience with this, and you can, to a certain extent, you can allow the LLM to work the way that you want it to, right? We are also in our lab as well. We are now creating a new prompt engineering technique. I'm excited to say. I won't give lots of details, but it's a prompt engineering that allows for contextual modeling in a graph. And then through that contextual modeling, it can generate a reasoning prompt through what is important for that specific case. So it will go through the contextual modeling, it will go through some augmentation based on that contextual modeling, and then do a pipeline of reasoning. And we haven't tested it yet, but this is our thought process, is that it may work. So that's exactly what we are doing right now. And this is not a new research. We're not developing this right from scratch. A lot of people have been trying to use the LLMs in a way that they can derive specific classifications. The problems with LLMs that they can't do specific cases very well, right? They're good in common solving, large generations of, for example, summarization. Yeah, question answering. So they can do good work with common problems, but not with specific problems. And that was actually one of our biggest problems, why we couldn't advance very fast the way that we wanted to, is that when we started applying it on, for example, sexual harassment, we're still stuck on doing a good job with just sexual harassment, moving from sexual harassment towards sexual harassment against, women and girls with disability. And so we're at that point, we're close. Soon I'll be asking for data. But now we're in the stage of, we are trying to develop a strategy that would allow us to use these, what we call prior knowledge, but use it in a way where we understand the biases in it, we understand the limitations, and we put a layer on top that is able to use it with its flaws, let's say.
And Michelle, the quality of your output is dictated by the prompt, right, technique that you use. So when you say chain of thought for research, no, you as a user of ChatGPT can also implement that, right? So, and other prompt techniques. One, you just ask, right? The other one, you give examples. The other one, you give a reason. This is how you should reason. And that completely influences your interaction with these tools as well. So I guess that's just a thought, because right, as you said, in research, no, it's out there for everybody, right? You can, we can improve the quality of our prompts to get a little bit of like some better results.
I wanted to just add one more thing, is something else that we are working on as well, which goes back to the global context, because survival is survival. And so there's a lot of common patterns and unique patterns in the survival. And so survival itself is a specific case, right? And so what I'm trying to do, after I finish what I'm trying to do now, I'll try to do after that, is to do something called multitask. which is where we teach AI to do multitasks that are similar to one another. This is something that has been useful in our research area, but it hasn't been implemented in cases like this. And so it's something that I want to explore. And I took it from this conference, actually. I was just sitting over there and we talked about global meaning and collective meaning and our advocacy and working on similar problems for similar things, right? And so I immediately thought that when we do this in AI, but if I wasn't here and if I wasn't sitting here and understanding from our co-designers that this is very important, it wouldn't have brainstormed and created this type of thought process that we have. And so this, after I finish what I'm doing now, I will do multitask prompting for our LLMs.
Hey, hi, Dr. Ines and Garcia. My name's Dave. I'm also from CERC Health Equity and Community Wellbeing. And I just wanted to ask you, or if there's any insight you can provide, if you've ever looked into the emerging use case of AI or Gen AI specifically for mental health support. And just from my own lived experiences, I'm in a lot of these communities where people actually turn to AI to mediate real relationships or real instances of violence or encounters with tech facilitated violence or any other conflicts they have with real people in their lives. And I just wanted to ask, like, your thoughts, or if you've ever looked into it about that piece, because it's really like quickly growing from what I'm seeing. And I also use it from time to time, and sometimes I'm disappointed. Sometimes it kind of like helps me. So just from your own perspective and from your own expertise, I wanted to get your insights on that.
I think the insights I have about that are more like anecdotes and what I hear, right? However, I am doing research with a student that is investigating how to use LLMs to aid answers for an interaction between like medical staff and patients. Before LLMs, there were already many chatbots, right? For example, that were addressing mental health. There's a awful, infamous case of one chatbot I remember a few years ago, actually, that used to give incorrect answers. And that was one of the reasons that I think a few years ago that was kind of tamed down, and now it's coming resurfacing, you know, as a new with this new approach. But as an example, I remember, and this is in one of the materials that I read recently, folks developed this toolkit to implement a framework for ethical and transparent development of AI and algorithms and everything. And in this material, they put an example of this chatbot from a few years ago that was rule-based. It was an LLM that there were two cases that the book says, but one of them, the person sent a message that something related to, oh, I want to go up a cliff and etc. And the answer of the chatbot was, oh, it seems like that's a great idea, something like that. It seems like you need to go explore nature and do what you want. So it was immediately shut down. So I think, so that's what I know. So that's from the perspective that I know, is that they've tried to use this, right, with more rule-based chatbots, and now it's definitely re-emerging, right, with generative AI. But for personal use, right, of ChatGPT and how people, I know that people have been using that, right, to seek for counsel. Well, as with everything, as I tell my students, right, we have to become the best critical thinkers that we can. I think that's the age for that, right? So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think that's the most dangerous part about this. It's one of the things why I really wanted to work with psychologists when I was creating our social robot in a past project that I worked on, is the effects of Facebook on, you know, people's mental health. And when we were trying to create our social robot, I was like, we need psychologists and psychology researchers around with us so we can know how to do this. And it is very dangerous, but I think we're too small to answer that question, but yeah, because there's, many different things that go around with that is one, the people who are creating these AIs and without the sense of responsibility of adding a vetting layer on top of who's prompting and why are they prompting before they do that prompting. And that requires a bigger conversation with more collaborators, ones that relate to policy, recruitment. Are you allowed to put on the web a chat GPT that just talks to anyone, a child, without vetting? But it's happening, and then they get into a little trouble, but then they have economic implications and relationships, which makes them, I don't know, get away with it or something. But it's a bigger conversation than us. But what we could do is advocate and inform and aware as much as we can, and market for what we're advocating, and play a role. And again, it's about grassroots and about awareness and bringing more people into the conversation. Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Diksha. I know we just came off of lunch, but we do have another break scheduled. There will be some snacks set up at the back of the room. Please take some time to get some fresh air or visit our held space. And we invite you to return back at 3:30 for our closing session, actions, recommendations, and next steps, where we'll reflect on today's discussion and collaboratively imagine a path forward. Hello, everyone. Just a 2-minute warning for everyone to gather back so we can move on to our next stage. One of the panelists forgot their phones up here. I know. This is you. Should I keep it? No problem. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we've arrived at the final session of our symposium, Actions, Recommendations, and Next Steps. This part of the day is designed to be highly participatory. We've heard powerful insights, challenging realities, and bold ideas throughout the day, and now we want to turn the energy into tangible direction. This session will take place in 3 parts. First, I'll introduce the structure and the goal of each breakout room. Next, you'll engage in small group discussions for about 30 minutes using a shared set of questions to guide your conversation. And then we'll reconvene as a full group, and each breakout room will share back key insights and recommendations in short 5 to 6 minute presentations. So if you can take the agendas that have been provided on your table and flip to the back, you will see a series of themes and questions. What we will be doing is divvying up the room in half. So 3 tables. Oh, I've already set up the chart paper. Thank you. No, you can. Okay. So yes, so we will divide the room up in half. These 3 back tables, that is your chart paper, and these 3 tables here, this is your chart paper right here. We'll split Karen and Glaucia in one group, and Ines and Eunice in the other group. Dave will be facilitating the online breakout room. You'll find the printed discussion questions at each table, and we ask that one of you volunteers as note taker to capture the key points on the chart paper so we can visually share across the room. The leaders, so this is Karen, Glaucia, Ines, and Eunice, and Dave online, will ask one person to also volunteer to present back to the full room when we reconvene. This is a space for collaboration, reflection, and bold thinking. Whether you're engaging from a policy, tech, community, or lived experience perspective, your voice matters in shaping where we go from here. So if we can move into these small groups now, or I guess 2 large groups is what we're thinking. And these notes will be used to develop a roadmap forward, which we will share with you all at the end of June. Thank you. There's also some markers on the tables to take the notes. Hi, everyone. I think we should reconvene. Maybe a couple of, maybe 15, 30 seconds to wrap up, and then send your representatives to the front so that they can also be visible on the Zoom.
Yeah, I have so many questions.
Should I take that here too?
Yeah, but I think they're still finishing up. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to have Ines from this group present first what their findings and brainstorming was. Here you go, Ines. One last note. And if you don't mind standing right here for the Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, so this is our group findings, what I could hear, because there was lots of noise. And I also wasn't the note taker, so. Okay, so transforming harmful norms online. How can we transform harmful social norms in digital spaces? So we talked about promoting counter narratives through influencers. Sounds a little bit. Okay, so we said we would bring other stakeholders within the conversation, promote counter narratives through community leaders, storytelling, and empower bystanders, and normalize pro-social behavior, such as encourage empathy, inclusivity, and digital citizenship. So these were the positive outcomes. So I'll just focus on the positive outcomes that we had. For the next question, policy and tech accountability, we talked about how this question seems to be conflicting when we are asking policymakers and tech companies who are profit-making companies who it's very difficult to have them include improve online safety for vulnerable communities without holding them accountable. And that's probably out of scope here, but we could advocate for that, but maybe not influence it very much from what we have seen. So we know that, tech companies will always focus on profit, but would be good if we were able to create ethical design processes and principles, publish them, advocate for them, try to empower other people that are part of this narrative so that people know their rights, and then the influence comes from a grassroots approach. The next one is compliance and enforcement. So how can we hold tech companies accountable
for complying with safety legislation. So we talked about whistleblower protection, fines and sanctions, but again, out of our scope, and our ability to enforce this maybe should be through our research and through our advocacy and through victim awareness, that they know their rights and responsibilities. Possibly as well, we talked about the creation of good AI, counter AI that is able to detect lack of enforcement, flag lack of compliance and enforcement, and maybe it will change the narrative when people see that they are being subjected to something that shouldn't be there, and then that creates the internal monologue with a lot of people, and then may change the entire narrative. For disability, safety, and the future, what does the future for online spaces and democracy look like for women and girls with disability? So here we talked about how some companies, when they have women as being part of their leadership, that in statistics that they have, they're not vulnerable to certain attacks. And then that sparked the interest that if we were able to have inclusive design and inclusivity in general in our companies, then we are bringing the good perspectives from each group, which again would raise the IQ and would result in better policies, better products, and that is inclusive for all, and also creates, better awareness. Okay, and last one. Threat modeling and digital safety. So how can threat modeling help prevent digital violence? So again, we talked about inclusive design and co-design and bringing all of the perspectives into the creation of any sort of modeling, whether that be handling the conversation that could be harmful, or possible threats that come after. But in general, adding here it says, I said persona-based modeling in my notes, but I think inclusive-based modeling, proactive risk assessment prior. So for example, one of my work is on derailment forecasting. So we're forecasting the derailment of a conversation before it happens. So we're talking about moderation, prevention as well through the AI. And again, when we have AI flagging a certain escalation that could happen, that also kind of changes the conversation and allows for victims who usually would never think that this is a threat, that it flags something inside of them that something is wrong, and it becomes part of the conversation. Also including that in our applications, for example, safety toolkits, community-based frameworks that allow us to identify what is a threat, how to model it, how to have the AI counter it, and training as well. Training, users, training kits that allow users to understand when there is phishing, when there's a security risk. And that's it for our group. Thank you so much.
And group 2.
Hi, everyone. So my name's Justin, and I'm representing the group to everyone's left. So thematically, we were very interested in how there's this issue of these companies, these corporate platforms. Residents in Canada treat these as common spaces for public communication, but these corporate platforms have a profit incentive to create harmful content that is spread throughout their different spaces. And thematically, our discussion and our recommendations were centered around that key theme. So for the first question, how do we respond to the transforming hateful norms? We were talking about how some of the options that we have to engage with the hate, an advantage that civil society and university organizations have is human connections outside of online spaces to try to contextualize the kinds of narratives that are popular and that come across and change every day. And we talked about connections with local communities to practice literacy, to try to engage with moderation for the content, to regulate the monetization of the economic corporate practice, and to host discussions in person about how AI is created and works to create a different sense of reality, which is distorted around hate. We talked about how engaging in in-person spaces and creating meetings with community organizations and civil society creates an opportunity to have different kinds of interventions and fact checks, like fact checks that are centered around care-based ethics or intersectionality, and opportunities for early childhood interventions so that children, before they're online by themselves independently, have access to information and lessons and instruction about how to effectively use the internet to prevent their own harm. We talked about moderating and mandating the different kinds of content that goes onto online spaces to be accessible, for the encouragement of the effective and safe ways to use online spaces to be accessible to people with different disabilities, in particular, those with intellectual disability. And onto the second question about the policy and tech accountability. We were talking about how policy should be intersectional and how there's a need to implement into the policy craft the different kinds of quantitative and qualitative data, which captures people's lived experiences and captures the consultations that we have with different communities to represent different kinds of interests. And we talked about how within a policy cycle, there is like this keyword of implementation, which is very popular, and that's like a career defining word. But along with making any kind of these changes to effectively change how civil society interacts with communities and interacts with the online generated content, we talked about how the effective implementation requires continuous monitoring, requires transparency from government, corporate, and civil society actors, requires constant accountability and evaluation as regular daily practices, and that through the legislation, through government involvement in communications with the corporations, and from the corporate side itself that is involved in the coding and the creation of the algorithms, the corporate side should have an ethic and recognition of global citizenship beyond just thinking about themselves as like residents of whichever prominent state is prominent for technology development, or residents of the United States, Canada, or North America generally. And we also recognize that as consumers, we all have options on which sites we opt into, because the sites that we provide attention to are the sites that we're bringing revenue to. So as we engage in civil society with different communities, we have the opportunity to provide that communication that, like, some sites are actively trying to promote more hateful content than other sites. And those are the sites that we have to give real people and real communications face to face, like that kind of warning, to try to provide that education that if they go on certain sites, they're going to encounter hateful content, which is done for corporate profit. If they engage with certain pages on Meta facilitated sites, whether that's Facebook or Instagram, there's pages that have a profit incentive to create hateful content. And as organizations that engage with communities on a human level, we have the opportunity to try to talk to people, especially Gen Z youth, about how the content that they engage with is created for profit and not just for public discourse. One big legislative action that could take place that could be disruptive to the harmful content that's spread online is the federal legislation that could be modeled a little bit off of Bill C-18, which was the federal legislation passed in 2023, which limited the American news that came into Canada. We talked about that as something that would that kind of legislation wouldn't be perfect, and like it wouldn't solve all the problems, and it would create new ones, but that's the kind of legislation that we could model future policy off of, because that was something that did an action to limit the amount of American news that came into Canada, and that created more space for Canadian media to try to thrive within this country, recognizing like a border, but also recognizing boundaries on what online content could do and like what kind of messages could be promoted, which affects Canadian society to the detriment, which should not happen for corporate profit. And as we also talked about how there should be more efforts by communities and by the government to support local organizations that provide local news. And as we discuss the future, we want an ethic of democratization. We see an oncoming split of self-segregation and self-isolation between different communities, and that's something that could be like very harmful for maintaining a coherent society that does not spread hate speech. And we're hoping that policies that that create more education and more transparency about how data works, about the protection of personal data, about preventing the aggregation of data for targeted advertising for nefarious purposes. If there's those kinds of preventions, but also the education that happens on a person-to-person level to explain the purpose of different kinds of protection, to explain the harms of complete like corporate freedom and free use of AI and online content, that's creating this space that's very hate-driven for profits to divide communities. And we are hopeful and optimistic that through education campaigns and policies which support education campaigns, that we can help educate people so that they can make more constructive and safer decisions about how they spend their time online.
Thank you, Justin. That was great. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Now, I would like to call Karen to give some closing remarks. Right there.
Okay, the truth is my staff don't trust me. They always give me notes because I'm way too Australian. So I'm going to read. Australians have a tendency of saying what we think, and in Canadian society, I can tell you you're not allowed to do that at all. So to begin, I just want to thank you all, especially those who've been here for the full day. It's been a really long day. And I really appreciate your engagement. All of the team here really appreciate the contribution you've made, and particularly this last session after listening to 3 panels, contributing your ideas of how we can move forward. So thank you very much. And we do hope to get to you a bit of a short roadmap based on the panels and today's discussions and your recommendations by the end of June, to really think about what we can do in our own research labs, in our own communities, and what we can do in the policy spaces in going forward to address, it is an urgent issue. It's an extremely pressing issue of the growing prevalence of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and particularly for our intersectional communities, such as women with disabilities, the Black disabled community, trans communities here in Canada, and migrant communities. We know there is a growing backlash against some of the most progressive moves, particularly in Canadian society, particularly being just north of the border below. And so how do we tackle that here, but also how can we build communities of solidarity and networks to advocate, to sustain progressive policy that is inclusive and promotes democratization and value for all human beings. And I know I read the book by Carney about value, and that markets generate value, but they should be representative of social value, not just economic value. So I think we should keep him account to that. So as we come to a close of our first annual Byte Symposium for the CERC, I do want to thank you all and offer deep gratitude for the meaningful conversations that we've had today and the sharing of your experiences, both as experts, as civil society, and as people with lived experience. First of all, to our incredible speakers who joined us in person and online, especially those who've come in from around the world, and our two South African speakers, and Keynote, who've been here with us for 3 weeks, helping us to prepare for today. Raid, for coming in, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it as well. Thank you. And Bonnie, who's left back to Montreal this afternoon. To the CERC Equity, so my team, your tireless commitment and thoughtfulness made this gathering possible here. Especially thank you to Taryn Dipanu, our strategic and EDI accessibility communication specialists whose leadership, vision and coordination held us together all day long. Thank you, and kept us on track and time. And to the entire communications team, thank you for ensuring that every voice was seen, heard and amplified, and all of the great work that you did around Zooming people in from around the world. To our community service providers, partners and grassroots leaders, thank you for the work that you do every day in this space. Your presence here affirms the importance of building a movement that is rooted in community knowledge, collaboration and justice. To our event staff, active listener, accessibility supports photographer, videographer and technical team, thank you for your behind the scenes labour, ensuring that the space was safe as well. We very much appreciate, and we also very much appreciate you acknowledging our codes of photography and videography that we set up so our participants could attend today in safety. And of course, to all our guests and scholars, advocates, organisers, students and allies, thank you for showing up with open minds and hearts and engagement in what we hope is a foundation of taking this topic further, particularly for disabled women and girls who are globally extremely vulnerable to technology-facilitated violence. So we want to say this is just the beginning of a conversation rather than an end. As Glacia and Enos talked about, we do need data. We need data to understand it. We need data to understand the way that these AI and algorithmic forces actually operate and work. And it's just not there for women and girls with disabilities. And as Enos said, we're still stuck on sexual harassment. It doesn't really, the data that we have really doesn't go much further than that. So we do need to work together. For us, the next steps, like I said, is to pull together this roadmap document as a summary of today's proceedings and the outcomes and recommendations that we discussed, and we'll be forwarding that to all of our participants that were here today and online. And then we hope to continue to work with you all, engage in dialogue, and please stay for the next half hour to an hour. We actually have the active listener with us until 6 o'clock this afternoon. So if you would like some private time to debrief, please go to the back room. They have been hired specifically to support all of you and your participation. But we also have food and ongoing non-alcoholic drinks for you to hang around until 6 tonight. So thank you very much. And thank you again to the team who really pulled this together. Very much appreciated.